Hail and welcome back to the second HFC Sonic-a-thon. To wrap up today, we're going to be playing what is objectively the best video game of all time, Sonic Adventure 2. And while I get this new file set up, Spar, why don't you explain to everyone what we're doing today and who we're raising money for?
We are HellfireComms, and we're here raising money for the Child's Play charity. Child's Play provides toys and games to kids that are stuck in hospitals for long stays to help ease their stay and help them have fun while they're stuck there for long periods of time. If you would like to donate, you can click the donate button that is below the stream window, or use the command in the chat, which is !donate. It'll give you a link to the Tiltify page, where you can check out the video of the stream, the donation total, and bid wars and stuff like that we've got going on. And when you put in your donation, you can also leave a comment. And remember that we have raffles going on for some of the games that we're giving away during this marathon, including this one right here. You can get a Steam version of Sonic Adventure 2, which, does that include the Battle DLC?
Yep, we do have, it'll come as two codes, so it'll come as the base game and the battle expansion, which is basically, from what I would call, mostly just a handful of extra multiplayer modes and just some little things like that.
Alrighty. And we also have the big raffle going on for a Steam code for Sonic Origins. Every dollar that you put in for a donation gives you an entry for any of the individual games that we're giving away, which includes Sonic Adventure 2, let me double check, Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing, and All-Stars Racing Transformed. We also have Sonic Generations and Sonic the Hedgehog 4, episodes 1 and 2. Those are all being given away throughout the marathon. Whenever we get to those games, that's when we'll be giving away those codes. And your donations now will be going towards those. As I said, $1 is one entry. So if you put in $20, you get 20 entries into the raffle. So if you want those, feel free to donate. And as I said, we also have the main raffle going on, which is Sonic Origins. That one is a $5 per entry raffle, and you have to specify that you want to be entered to that one, just because it's a bigger thing that we've got going on. So make sure to let us know if you want to be added to the Sonic Origins raffle whenever you do your donation, or if you have put in at least $5 up to this point, or at any point during the marathon, and you did not let us know at the time, feel free to send us a message in the chat or on Discord or something like that, and we will get you added onto the raffle. And now that I have talked about the things going on in the marathon, let's talk about the game. You're playing this on the Dreamcast, right? This is not emulated. You're not playing any of the Adventure 2 battle versions or anything like that. This is the original.
Yep, this is my original Dreamcast that I got a good, over 20 years ago now, that somehow still works, touch wood. I am a little bit nervous about how it's going to hold up, because during one of my setup tests the other day, it started doing the thing that some Dreamcasts do, where it'll occasionally reset itself. But it hasn't done that today. I've had it running for the last half hour or so, on the lead up to a starting stream today, just to make sure that it's a good boot. Because that seems to be the decider. It seems to have good boots and bad boots, where it just thinks...
Okay, so it's like a 2000s era Dell PC.
I mean, under the hood, it most likely is.
That's true, yeah. And you also have an upscaler running, which is why it looks so clean for being captured from such an old console.
Yes, so for anyone who, maybe one person who cares about the boring technical side of this, the way that I'm capturing this footage is the way that I would recommend anyone who's enthusiastic about retro stuff and has, is in a position to invest more money into it. I'm using what's known as an open source scanline converter. It's a device that it's like a line doubler. So it gets these clean duplicate lines, which pretty much creates an illusion of a higher progressive scan. And remember, I'm playing the PAL version of this game, and it still looks this good. So, it seems to do the job nicely. But the reason why it also looks so nice is part of the Dreamcast charm in itself. The Dreamcast was arguably had what do you call it? It arguably had the best video output from that era, at least until the Xbox came out. And that is because it uses a VGA output. So it's taking a clean progressive VGA capture, upscaling it, doubling the frames, and then feeding that out through HDMI. It looks absolutely gorgeous. It's obviously not quite as high quality as it could be on the stream, but on my TV in front of me, it looks absolutely great.
Yeah, this is probably about as good as you're going to get from original hardware. You're going to get better off of, like, the PC version.
Debatable with this game's PC version.
Well, I mean, just in terms of resolution, if nothing else.
Yeah, because the PC version of this, it's serviceable. Like, I don't want to shit on it. It's not like SADX tier fucked up, but there are some changes to the models. The sound balancing got even worse somehow, which is genuinely impressive.
I was going to say, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, because like it's the sort of thing where this game's problem is that all the audio is like they just turned everything right up. So you get everything is basically on par volume-wise. You got background music drowning out of the characters. Then what the HD version seems to have done is it seems to have taken the overall master volume and turned that up. So now you've just got this peaked orange line along the fucking thing when you see the audio coming in.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, that sounds like what they were kind of doing in general for like the Sonic Adventure games, because the first one could blow out people's ears too.
The first one was really bad on Dreamcast for the title screen in particular, because it just opens with a loud guitar riff at full volume.
Yeah, I've heard horror stories and, of course, you know, seen playthroughs of these where the audio balancing and timing of some lines is off. That's more due to, you know, the original Japanese files having different lengths than the English translated ones.
Yeah, I think what seems to have happened, you notice this is one of those situations Sonic just spoke over his own line there. I think there doesn't seem to be any sort of coordination between what the animators were doing and what the voice director was having done. So they've got these lines and they're just awkwardly cutting the lines to where the character's lip flaps move.
Alright.
Because like they haven't redone any of the lip syncing at all from the Japanese one, but they've awkwardly tried to make it fit with ill-fitting lines.
I always understood it as something like the original Japanese like data files are a certain length, and they tried to fit the English lines into that length, but because they were, you know, the lines end up longer because that's just the nature of English or whatever language the game is translated into. They end up running over whatever the next line is.
That does happen quite a lot, yeah. Like, it's not the least polished Sonic game in that respect, but, you know. There was that one line in 06 where they literally left in a dud take. And it's just there.
I know the one you're talking about, yeah.
That's beautiful.
I mean, 06 is just kind of an entire story. Not even like the story of the game, just a story about the game.
God damn it, Tanner. Roots the Bat makes some wish females were real.
Jesus Christ.
I did that to prevent the Master Emerald from being stolen, you idiot. If it's in pieces, I can restore it. And by the way, that's not your emerald.
So, obviously you like this game better than SA1. What is it about this game that you like better, or think is better, or whatever denomination of words you want to use?
Well, Shadow's in this one, so that's like at least 100 points above the first one.
You know what? You're not entirely wrong.
There's that, but also just I like the tone of the game, just the general atmosphere of it, and I want to make it clear because I always initiate this dump slap fight whenever I get the opportunity. SA1 is also a fantastic game, but this one I just like it a little bit more.
I mean, that's fair enough. I kind of feel the same way when, like, comparing the first two Kingdom Hearts games.
What?
Like, KH1 is pretty awesome, and yeah, I don't know what the fuck was happening right there. It just doesn't hold a candle to KH2 for me.
That's fair.
KH1 is awesome, and you can hear me gush about it, like whenever Tom and I are doing the commentary for KH1 FM and stuff. So it just happens to be that KH2 is better, and I mean, even then, it's really KH2 Final Mix that's better, because the original releases for KH1 and 2 are good, but not quite as legendary, I guess, as the Final Mix versions.
That's fair. Yeah, like I will say with KH, the only one I've played for myself is the first game's Final Mix. It's okay, but I feel like I sort of missed the boat for that sort of thing, so I'm going into it with, like, not being used to the jank that everyone else is. It's like the platforming in that game just did nothing for me, and it's too
for real.
There's too much of it to ignore. Trying to line this up is kind of awkward.
Block pushing puzzles in this era were like everywhere, but also the worst.
Yeah, but there we go.
I found him.
Yeah, your experience with Kingdom Hearts is kind of similar to how I feel about everything revolving around Final Fantasy VII.
Yeah, like I will say, if FF7, the original version, I haven't played it in full myself. I feel like it'd be a lot more accessible to me personally, because in general, I tend to prefer turn-based RPGs. But that is just me. It's like, I feel like action RPGs, there's more going on, and for an older game, that's more stuff that could get fiddly.
There's just a lot going on in KH1, like you said, that there's like so many layers to everything, from the environments, the design, the story, the combat. And so it does get to be a bit much if you just kind of want to sit down and play a game for the first time that everyone for 20 years has been telling you is amazing. And like I said, that's how I feel about FF7, because I've tried to play the original and I've tried to play the remake, and it just doesn't click for me. You know, it just doesn't.
Going back on what I was saying a little bit, I did play the remake and I like the remake a lot, but I feel I like the remake a lot more because, like, the writing, the characterization, just the general mood of the game, more so than the action combat.
Yeah, the combat is definitely what killed the remake for me. I didn't really get far enough into it to comment much on the story or characters, because I basically knew what I was getting into with that anyway, just from, absorbing information over the years. And the combat just, it kind of didn't do it for me, you know?
That's fair, yeah. I love mashing the X button.
Yeah, I'm glad that I have the screen share audio turned down, because the beeping noise, whenever Tails or Eggman locks onto something with their mechs, will drive me up the wall. It is so loud and grating.
This time I'll let you go, but the next time we meet, you won't be so lucky.
You did beat my ass, but I'm going to leave anyway.
We do still have Dean Bristow as Eggman in this. I think, he was in Heroes after this, and I think that was his last main series game that he was in.
Yeah, and I mean, he does an amazing job. Mike Pollock is the one that I know as Eggman, for the most part, because of the games that I've played. But Bristow does an excellent job in these games, especially Heroes, to be honest. A lot of the lines in that game from Eggman are great.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
His final game was Advance 3, according to Toe Arcan.
That, on a technicality, I don't recall whether that had new lines. I think it was just reusing stock audio. I'm not sure entirely. We have the mech levels here, which again, it's one of them things. I get why people don't like this, and I get why people, especially for Tails, would have preferred him to play like he did in SA1. But, at the same time, I've got used to this particular control style, so it's not really a problem for me, personally. And it's also the sort of thing that I know exactly why it happened, because this game originally was just going to have Sonic, Knuckles and Eggman as playable characters, but somewhere along the lines the extra characters got added in, I think in response to feedback from the original E3 trailer, And you can tell that they've just had to retrofit the other characters just to make them work one way or another.
Alright, yeah. Makes sense.
Yeah.
I think the game ended up better for it, in the grand scheme of things. Because it would be weird if you didn't play as Shadow in this game. Let's be honest.
Well, I mean, like, you can introduce a character and just have them as an antagonist, but I just think the framing of having, like, a good team and a bad team just makes it feel much more balanced on the whole, rather than just having Eggman as the bad guy.
The light and dark team seems more interesting to me than the stories in SA1, especially having just sat down and watched Tom playing through the game and seeing going through the exact same levels in basically the exact same ways for like all the different gameplay types, which aren't like incredibly different for a lot of characters. Like Sonic, Tails, and Amy are definitely different, but they're not that different. And you're still playing the same levels over and over, which is true for this game too, I'm pretty sure, but like there's a bunch of different gameplay styles that you're swapping between pretty often. So, I mean, just from a visual, like, a viewership standpoint, I think SA2 is more interesting to watch.
Both of the games reuse assets a lot, but this game disguises it a lot better, I feel, because you'll see the same sort of environment showing up, but they retrofit individual levels using the different areas, rather than it just being like, Sonic is the full level, Tails has an abridged version that you race through, Knuckles looks for treasure there. You know, it sort of makes them feel a little bit different, rather than just being like different, slightly different flavours of the exact same thing.
I did it!
Yeah, for sure. And I appreciate the like emerald collecting ones, like Knuckles and Rouge, I'm pretty sure are original levels, as far as I know.
Easy.
As in, like, none of the other characters can go to those.
Well, so the thing is, they're original levels, but they use the same environmental designs as some of the other levels. So, like, you have Skyrail, which is repurposed Pumpkin Hill, that sort of thing.
Well, yeah. Yeah, what I mean is, like, you're not going to have Sonic playing on that level in a normal playthrough.
Oh, yeah.
Like, stuff like the randomizer can do that, but,
Keep your voice.
like, in this, you're not going to run into that. That's what I mean. Like, instead of the 3 or 4 characters running through the same level, just being different parts of it, you are getting... Knuckles has his own level, basically, is what I'm trying to get at.
It's like, I can kind of appreciate what they were going for with SA1, because it's sort of, but not really, using the Mario 64 design philosophy of just having, like, here's an environment, but you're going to do a handful of different things in it, which, with early 3D games, that was kind of a necessary evil, just to not have a game that's, like, half-hour long. But I feel like by the time this game came around, they sort of figured out a better compromise.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like Sonic gets to be Sonic more in his levels of this game than in SA1. You get a better sense of his speed.
I'll go either way there, because one of the strongest things I will say for SA1 is Sonic's control in that game is arguably the best it's been in the series. And that's mainly because of the cool shit you can do with spin dash. You got spin dashing around, like, to make jumps, you got spin cancelling, like, you can do so much cool shit in those games. It's it's here to a degree, but the levels aren't really designed in a way that you can use that quite as fluidly.
Okay, I will clarify my point by saying for the levels, not just the adventure fields. Because a lot of what you can do with spin dash cancelling, I feel like, is mostly limited to the adventure fields in SA1.
Oh no, you can do some sick skips in different levels just by using like well-timed spin jump and things like that. I would recommend looking up like efficient runs of SA1 because it's a proper spectacle kind of run.
Right, yeah, but I mean like a casual player as well, not like a speedrunner.
It's kind of hard to think about things from that perspective, as this is one of those games, like the adventure games in general, are those games that I just know inside out and know everything about, really, so I don't really know how people would experience the first time run of this. It's been over 20 years since I have.
Well, I'm going to be doing that sometime after the marathon is over, since I do own both of these games on Steam, and I want to play them for the first time eventually. And I feel like watching these is definitely going to give me the motivation to finally sit down and play them.
Fair one. Alright, let's see if I can do this. I'm going to give the cool route one attempt. If I die, I'll do it the safe way.
Fair enough, yeah.
Missile launch in 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fuck yes!
Oh, nice.
Just about got it.
Yeah, Protector of Beams, I probably am going to use the better SADX mod if and when I do decide to play SA1. Because Tom showed it off in his run just a moment ago, and honestly, it looked really good. Like, the combination of like the director's cut stuff and the original Dreamcast version seemed like pretty much the best way to play the game.
Yeah, it absolutely is, because the thing is, like, everyone's talked about it at this point, but the PC port of SA1, like the version that's on Steam, it's one of those ports that, I think it's a port of the 360 version, which in turn is a port of the old Mastertronic PC one, which in turn was a port of the GameCube one. And each new generation has picked up new problems. And what the mod does, the Better SADX mod does, you can get different variations of that mod that restore the Dreamcast visuals, that iron out a few of the problems, make it widescreen, all while maintaining the higher frame rate. It is just the pinnacle of Sonic Adventure these days.
And speaking of the pinnacle of Sonic Adventure, this cutscene.
Oh, absolutely. You're not even good enough to be my fake. Again. They keep doing it.
Yep. I think that's the one that everyone knows, even if you have never played this game.
It has that Let's Players in a Discord call energy.
And we're definitely speaking from experience on that one.
Oh, I see.
Especially since you've been, like, editing all of our stuff.
Yeah, there's a reason why I make us all record on separate audio tracks now, because some of these raw recordings are fucking rough.
Yeah, I'm glad that I remembered to start Audacity before we got going, because I almost didn't because of trying to fix right before Tom finished his last run a moment ago. I opened up Audacity to get set up for this, and Windows decided that it wanted to switch all of the audio out coming from my computer to my left ear, so that my right ear had nothing. I don't know why Windows wanted to do this, but it sure fucking did. And I opened up sound settings and checked the balance of, like, the left and right side, and it was 100 on both of them. And so I was like, wait, okay, so that can't be the problem. And so I spent 10 minutes checking other stuff. And so I go back into that menu because I hadn't figured it out. And then it was like, oh yeah, the right ear is turned down to 20. Why wasn't it like this before when I checked it? So yeah, fuck Windows.
It's pretty much been a universal fault for years now, though, to be fair.
Yeah, this is true. So what is your favorite, favorite hero level, since we're doing hero story?
That's hard to pick. It's obviously going to be one of the Sonic levels, but...
Well, yeah, for sure.
I'd say probably either Pyramid Cave, just for the cool setting, or Final Rush. Because Final Rush is really fucking cool.
Yeah, it is really cool. I mean, it's janky as all hell, but the setting is to blame for that, and also just so cool it kind of makes up for it.
To be fair, Final Rush isn't that jank, it's more Final Chase that's the problem one, but that's its own beast.
I mean, Final Rush is pretty janky, but I also have a lot of experience watching speedruns, and so they cause more jank because they're like jumping off half the level and avoiding death planes and stuff. So.
Yeah.
I mean, that's going to add jank into anything that, you know, might not otherwise be there.
There is a lot of stuff you can break in these games, to be fair. Like, when we get to the last story, I know the final proper level, you can break just about fucking everything in that particular level. Like, you have plenty of those moments where Knuckles can just randomly fly through certain parts of the wall, and that can skip out entire puzzles and shit like that.
Yeah, parts of the speedrun will have... I've only really seen hero stories, so Tails can, like, clip through block, or, like, have boxes force him into a wall so he can clip out of bounds, and then just hover for, like, 3 minutes to get to the goal ring or whatever.
Yeah. I think that happens mainly in Eternal Engine. Like, I think there's one particular bit of geometry that just doesn't read as a solid object properly for one reason or another.
Reminder, guys, that you can get a copy of this game by donating to the marathon. We're giving away this game along with a bunch of others that we're playing here in the marathon. If you put in $1, you'll get an entry for the raffle for this game, and if you put in $20, you'll get 20 entries, etc., etc. We'll be giving that away once we finish Sonic Adventure 2.
So what is our current total right now, Spa?
We are currently sitting at $1,114.55.
Nice one.
Surprisingly, we are not at 69 cents as we usually spend a lot of time at in these marathons.
Yeah, someone's gonna have to say something about that, guys. It's the song.
The first Knuckles stage. I actually don't... despite how much I've seen of this game in like speedruns and playthroughs, I don't actually remember any of the Knuckles songs that well, usually because I'm listening to the people talking over it, or paying attention to the gameplay side of it.
Yeah, just to correct you, we did have a Knuckles stage earlier, but Wild Canyon, it only took like a minute, so it's easy
That's
to
true,
miss.
we did, yeah. I spent the time talking about Kingdom Hearts, so I was distracting myself.
So what usually happens here with the Emerald Spawns is there's usually one on each of the particular mountains, and it seems like, yep, this one's on the train tracks. Don't do this to me, physics.
Oops, alright.
I had a feeling that was going to happen, but I couldn't stop myself in time.
Well, it saves the fact that you got the power-up and the one Emerald Shard already. So.
Yeah, so it's basically a checkpoint whenever you get one, so it's not that big of an issue, thankfully.
Yeah, I know a lot of people don't like the radar in SA2 because it only does one at a time, whereas in SA1 it can pick up any of them that you go near. That's a pretty understandable complaint, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I don't think it's as big of an issue as people say it is, and with the way these levels are designed, it's, you know, it's what it is. But like, yeah, there is a mod that you can get to change that if it really does bother you, so I won't worry too much about it.
Yeah, I would probably grab that mod as well for whenever I play SA2, just to make these levels easier, because I know you can spend ages trying to find the pieces on these levels.
Yeah, I know the clue was in the rocket's path, so...
Yeah, but there's like 7 rockets.
Thank you for telling me it's on Pumpkin Mountain when I'm right here with the thing beeping. That's a very useful clue.
Okay. Yeah, you're closer to it now.
It's closer.
It sure was somewhere around here. Oh, there it is.
Yep, floating in the air.
The rocket just went
that's a
past
bit
it.
of draw distance there.
Yep. Place where you can hear the horn. Thank you very much.
Gold member says, I forget if SA2 had any controversy with texture changes like SA1.
Not so much textures, it's more the models. Because the models... I don't know, again, it's not as big of a deal as SATX was, but, you know, I still think the Dreamcast version looks a little bit better.
Yeah.
Somewhere around here.
You've been on yellow beeping for a while, so you're, like, near it.
Okay, it's closer. It's where we can hear the horn. It might be the one that follows it around. Okay, maybe it's not. Might be in the ground, maybe. Because that is one thing that they did improve in the GameCube version, in that if something's in the ground and you need to dig for it, when you're over that spot, it will pop up with like a little notification to say that. When it comes to the Dreamcast one, you do sort of have to just guess.
Yes, we have had a new donation came in. Had to make sure I wasn't going to burp in the middle of reading that. We got $1 from Dr. Eggman himself. He's here to make an announcement. My scheme to utilize chaos may have failed, but now with my grandfather's research and the ultimate life form, I can finally destroy all of the NFTs. But first, some fellow named Jack keeps slamming on my door and screaming about something, so I should probably take care of that.
I am so lost, but thank you very much, Eggman.
Yeah, I don't get that reference either.
Was SA 260 FPS on Dreamcast? Most of the time. It gives its best shot. There's a few frame drops, but it mostly holds 60. Which contrasts to SA1 where it tried to hit 30 and didn't.
Hey, Xehanorto, I know you've put in, like, multiple of the Eggman donations. Do you want those to come together to add another entry to the Origins raffle? I just want to make sure of that.
Oh, it's a thing from the SA1 one, fair enough.
Oh, you've only done 4 donations so far? Alright, cool. I'll keep that in mind so that when you do future ones that I can add you another entry onto the Origins raffle.
Eggman! Oh, that creep never gives up.
But how did he manage to harness all that energy?
It's got to be the Chaos Emeralds. Yeah, that's the reason they were looking for him. Tails?
The Chaos Emeralds are like magnets. They have the power to attract each other.
You know, I think overall I prefer the version I believe in myself from SA1, but as a character theme, this version is great too.
I don't actually know, like, what the differences are, but I know they spent a lot of time talking about the differences during the last run.
They're basically just cover versions by different artists, or in the case of It Doesn't Matter, like re-recording by the same artist.
Oh, okay. That's interesting then. Welcome back.
How are we doing then? Have we had any updates while I've been away?
I will double check real quick. Nope, doesn't look like we've had any new donations, but we've been talking about, you know, how we feel about certain games, like both the adventure games, like Paper Mario stuff and things like that.
Yeah, fair enough. Now, that is a cool little trick to do, except on your first playthrough you do need to come around here to get the booster, so I am denied being cool, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, you need this absolutely to finish the game, right?
Yeah, well, you might be able to do something, like a series of cool tricks to do it without it, but I'm not going to.
Oh, okay.
It's one of them. Because, like, mostly pickups that you can get on your way without any sort of sequence break-in are mandatory. The optional ones are usually the ones that you would have to go back to a previous stage to get.
Okay, yeah.
So it's like built in with that in mind, so you don't have to backtrack anywhere.
So what you're saying is that Sonic Adventure 2 is a Metroidvania.
If we want to go down that route and argue what is a Metroidvania and what isn't, I've seen some incredibly long drawn-out arguments about that particular subject.
I mean, I know one guy that just hates that term in general, because he says it doesn't actually mean anything.
Well, see, the thing is, like, I've been involved in arguments about that too, and there are some examples like how, say, Doom clones ended up being rebranded as first-person shooters, and, you know, it is possible to brute force changing what people refer to a genre game as, but I feel like it's been too long now with Metroidvania games, because, like, you know, if a game comes out and it's a Metroidvania, even if you don't use that word, you immediately think, oh, it's like Metroid, oh, it's like Castlevania.
Yeah, for sure. That's what it's going to be compared to. Like, even new types of that game that are coming out now are still getting that classification, even after we've had, like, new Metroid and new Castlevania style stuff.
Yeah.
For, like, Bloodstained would be the Castlevania stuff, because I don't think the actual series has gotten anything recently, to my knowledge.
It's got a load of pachinko machines.
Yeah, that's something, I guess. I will never get over, not long before the actual Persona announcement that happened a couple weeks ago, I came home, or actually I guess I was still out at the time, and I checked my phone and I had an email from like Sega like surveys asking me what I thought about the recent Persona announcement. Like, remember, this was several weeks before the actual like Persona 3, 4, and 5 announcement that happened. And so I didn't know what was going on. I didn't know what the actual announcement was. So I was like, wait, did they finally do it? Did they do the thing? And I got home, it was an announcement for a Persona 5 pachinko machine.
Of course.
Or a slot machine or something like that. And I was like, Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah. Like, Atlas is its own can of worms. They're owned by Sega now, so I guess this is tangentially relevant. That gives an excuse to talk about it. I'm not entirely sure at this point why they've been so slow with porting stuff over, and when they have, porting over Persona 3 Portable rather than FES, like, I get it, but also
it's the right choice. It's the right choice, shut up.
No, see, the thing is, Persona 3 is one of those games that sort of needs to be reworked to kind of take the visual elements from FES and the gameplay enhancements from Portable.
Yes, I agree with you, but if you're going to choose one of the two, then choose Portable.
Yeah, I just feel like it's probably going to be a harder sell for a lot of people, because, like, a lot of people are going to look at that and just see an overworld. You know, it's going to be a harder sell than, like, the Persona 5 likes, which, let's be real here, it's a meme, but also, when people think of RPGs now, they think of Persona 5.
Yeah, it's like everything is Final Fantasy, Persona, or Kingdom Hearts. That's how mainstream Persona has gotten, that it's kind of surpassed Dragon Quest, at least over here in the West.
Yeah. Alright, so before I actually go looking for these fucking things, there is something I need to do. I've just got to remember which one of them things I've got to go down. I think it's this one.
Right, because there's an upgrade you've got to get, right?
It's an upgrade that you don't have to get, but you'll be completely fucking miserable in a later stage if you don't get.
Right, this is the O2 mask or whatever, isn't it? The breathing apparatus?
Yeah, the breathing thing. Yeah, Persona 3 does need an Ultimate Edition.
I would have absolutely loved it, but I'm going to be honest, I am absolutely happy that we're getting Portable instead, just because a lot of good quality of life additions to the gameplay, and the female main character or girl main character just is better. I'm going to say it. You get social links for more of your party members. You get better music, and your main persona just kind of looks better that way as well. So All of these are objective opinions, and you cannot disagree with me.
So the thing is, from a gameplay perspective, you're probably right, but if you play Persona as a harem simulator, you might feel differently.
I guess. It depends on what you want out of that, I suppose.
True,
but,
yeah, fair.
the thing about Persona 3...
God.
The thing about Persona 3 is that by maxing out social links on the opposite gender of whichever character you're playing, that character is automatically in a relationship with the main character, barring a few exceptions.
Yeah, there's no, like, sort of platonic endings, is there?
Yeah, there's no platonic endings for, like, some of the characters, so it's really... It's not quite... I guess it's different in Persona 4, and I know it's different in 5. I don't know how 4 is, because I can't get through that game. It's honestly horrible.
I love 4.
But you're wrong.
Look, I will admit, part of that is the better waifus in my eyes, but, or at least, like, waifus I like.
I mean, I could spend hours talking about how much I hate Persona 4, but I know a lot of people like it, so I'm not going to make enemies here.
Think about the engagement, Spa.
Nah, I'm good. If I'm going to talk about that, I'm going to talk about it on an actual Persona game. So, I'll just save that for whenever I rope Tom into watching me play Persona 5.
Okay, I am having a complete stupid moment here. It's around here somewhere, but I'm just not seeing it.
It's got to be in this room, right?
Yeah.
Is it, like, inside something that you can't get to yet?
Well, one of the hints was jail window, and all I could think of is that thing. But unless it is, like, in a room above somewhere, but I don't think there is one.
I would love to join you for a Persona randomizer if it ever comes out, Axel. That sounds fun.
Let's try going up and having a little look in case I'm being stupid.
Yeah, there might be, like, another area you can get to that's above that room.
Yes, I am very stupid.
Okay, well, I mean, it was above that room, so you were sort of correct.
That's a pity point.
That's just kind of the shit that can happen with these things, man. You can't feel bad about that. Assuming that Tom, goes through with that, which I'm pretty sure he'll be okay with, like, joining me to play Persona 5, it's definitely going to be Royal.
Yeah, that's fair.
There's no reason to play the original, as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, I don't know. I've heard people say otherwise. I've heard people who will staunchly defend the original one who don't like the new one. I think I might have to... Oh, no, I didn't have to change the water level. But no, I have heard...
right there.
I have heard some people who very aggressively criticising the new stuff in Royal. I haven't played either version myself, so I have no dog in this fight, but it's one of those fights that... It's good popcorn drama.
I'll say this much, that a lot of what Royal adds is quality of life and new characters and story. So if you prefer the original, then you probably just prefer... You probably don't like the new stuff that was added as far as story and characters, which is fine. That's perfectly understandable or whatever. The quality of life stuff just kind of makes it a better game. And if you dislike that, then you probably just wanted a harder game to begin with.
Yeah, so with Persona 4 Golden, one of the things that a lot of people criticise that for is the new character Marie and her role in the game. That to me was never a problem, because I don't mind it as it is, but also it's very easy to ignore if you don't want to play that stuff. Is that the case with the new stuff in 5 Royal?
Sort of. You can basically ignore it. Some of it you're forced to do, like you're forced to unlock the confidants or social links or whatever for the new characters, but you can just then proceed to ignore them. You also miss out on the added palace or dungeon, which I think is the same case in 4 Golden as well. If you just ignore the stuff, then you won't get that.
Yeah, I think the extra stuff in 4 Golden is legit cool, but again, it's the problem that a lot of people have with a handful of Atlas games. It's like where these games are functionally complete and they're just adding another thing, and your mileage may vary on whether that gels with what's already there or not tonally.
I mean, one of the characters added in Royal is my favorite character in the game, so
Fair.
I'm pretty biased on that, but just looking from differences in gameplay, I would say Royal is the better option, especially when it comes to like guns and ammo, because they just made that entirely better as far as combat goes. Like everything about the combat, I think, is better in Royal. And again, the original is a harder game, but probably not by much.
I think difficulty in turn-based RPGs is always going to be one of those things that I don't think anyone's ever going to properly agree on, because one man's quality of life enhancement is another man's dumbing down.
Yeah.
The difficulty that comes with RPG gameplay is like more so than basically any other genre. It is the punishment you get if you fuck up, if you lose a battle. So it's like, you know, you could say it's a convenience thing if, like, instead of, you know, throwing you back to the start of a dungeon or throwing you back to a save point, it just restarts the boss. But also that can make it a little bit mindless.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've never been a fan in general of being forced to go back a really long ways to just replay a segment. If I die, and I mean if I die, then it's my fault most of the time usually. So like that's whatever. But you know, if you're just reforcing me to play an easy section to get up to the boss that killed me, then that's just not fun. You know.
Yeah, it's like I don't really know what the perfect solution to that is, you know?
Yeah, for sure. In the midst of all of this talking that we've been doing, we did get a $5 donation from Mr. Nibs. Mr. Nibs did not leave a comment, so if you would like to give us a comment to read out with your donation, feel free to pop that in the chat. And also let me know if you wanted to be added to the Sonic Origins raffle.
I know who that is. Thank you very much, mate. What I've been doing on this track that I feel is a thing that maybe filters a bunch of people with this particular gameplay style is the way the driving controls work is that A's accelerate, A's also drift. So if you want to drift around the corner without crashing, you take your finger off the accelerate, then put it back on while holding a direction. It's easier to do than how I just described it, but it's also incredibly atypical.
So something that I learned from speedruns is actually your the cap of your max speed is actually much higher while drifting, and so what you can do is just kind of drift back and forth while on a straightaway, so you actually end up going faster that way, which probably helps with starting your drifts into turns. So maybe that's something to look into for future playthroughs.
Well, it's one of the things that it does make it faster, but it's also hard to control when you're doing what is essentially meant to be a straight. So, like, if you're good at it, then do that. If not, then play it how I did.
Spare me the details. Exactly just what is it?
All right, we appreciate it, Mr. Nibs. Thank you very much for your support.
Well, let's just get down to business then, shall we, Mr. President? I won't
You think the president would be able to fix screen tearing?
You are a very busy man. Mr. President, my demands are quite simple. Surrender to the Eggman Empire.
My cat Precious has decided to join us. Bless us with her presence today.
Nice.
Otherwise, your country is...
She was actually blocking access to my mouse, so I had to like wait for her to move out of the way so I could mute because I had to burp a second ago.
Well, I mean, catching the mouse is a catch job.
Eggman Empire. Yeah, right.
What the heck's going on here?
Don't worry,
no.
Mr. President.
What did you
Everything's
do?
under control. Just leave it to us. Got it, Tails?
I got it! He's transmitting from the
I so want this part of the story to be adapted in the movies.
Move it!
Yes.
I want the president to be part of the story, but they just look polygonal like this. Like they just give him a polygonal face.
Just try and make it neutral by doing what they've done there, where he looks like an amalgamation of every single US president.
Inside that pyramid?
I saw Eggman go inside the pyramid.
Yeah, Eggman's already in the arc at this
I
point.
saw that Batgirl go inside with him as well.
It's like
We
the
saw them too.
chronology is a little bit weird in this, in that the dark story starts quite a bit earlier than the hero story does.
But I'll find it.
Like the hero story, it's not quite in media res, but it's like it jumps ahead a little bit. Now we get a bit more Tails.
Yep.
This level's not the most exciting, I'll be honest with you.
I don't think any of the Tails levels are.
The Eternal Engine's cool.
I guess. I mean, again, I'm only speaking from just a watching standpoint.
Fair play.
I feel like a lot of people have that problem, Bone the Cat, where they can't hear the phrase, let's get down to business, without finishing it with, to defeat the Huns.
Now, there is a wall around here somewhere that you can fly straight through, because it's not programmed as a solid object, but I can't remember which one it is.
There's a lot of them, actually. Especially on, like, the upper levels of these platforms you're about to get to.
Yeah, it doesn't sort of realise that, actually, yeah, with the hover you can go basically anywhere. Come on, up in your own time. There we go. Yeah, the music for the tail stations is great.
It's too bad you can't hear it over the fucking beeping noise.
Yeah. Welcome to SA2. Actually, I think I can't get to that yet. Yeah. Yeah, each character does have their own style of music. It's a little bit inconsistent, and you start to realise which levels were repurposed from the earlier version when there were fewer characters, though. Particularly on the dark side.
I kind of like this style of music that they have in this game, because the music in the first game is just kind of Sonic appears, Sonic's theme starts playing, Tails appears, Tails' theme starts playing, and it's just that in every cutscene.
To be fair, there is a bit of that, but there is also more incidental music to balance it out, so it's a lot less noticeable. I think that door there's where the Lost Chow is in the mission for this.
Oh, okay.
Because that's what the Mystic Melodies are mostly for, is on the final Lost Chow mission, it's usually you find the little Mystic Melody shrine thing and just use that.
Oh, there's a mod that lowers the volume of the beeping. Thank Christ, I'm definitely going to be using that.
Yeah, I would. Because like I say, it's much worse in the HD version than it is here. Camera? Oh, I died.
Nice camera work there.
Yeah, that happens. Again, because I'm playing the Dreamcast version, I do only have the left and right camera controls rather than having a full analog control. But,
Okay.
like, it's admittedly not all that much better in the other versions.
I don't think you got sit back very far either.
Nah.
Thanks for stopping by, Eevee Soul Silver.
Yep, thank you very much. Spar, it's been a little while. Do you want to remind everyone what cause we're raising money for today?
We are here raising money for the Child's Play charity, which provides toys and games to kids that are stuck in hospitals for long stays so that they can have fun while they're stuck there. And if you would like to donate, you can use the donate button that is below the stream window, or type the donate command in chat, which is !donate. That enemy is phasing through you right there. And the money will go directly to the charity through the Tiltify widget. We don't touch a single cent of it. It'll go directly to them. And you can also choose on some bid wars that we have going on. I can go see what we have going on for those real quick. We have character choice for Sonic Mania Plus. Currently, Ray is actually in the lead with $50.55.
Yep, so what that will be for the Mania run is, because we hit the target for Encore mode as well, we're going to be doing a Mania mode run with the character who wins the poll, and then we'll be following that up with an Encore mode run. So you get 2 playthroughs of Sonic Mania this time around.
And I think we also reached the and Knuckles incentive for that as well, so look forward to having Knuckles following us around for that.
Of course, yep.
We also have bid wars for which teams will be played during the Sonic Heroes race. Flame and Digi are going to be picking, taking the 2 teams that win the poll and racing through those 2, and then the final story as well. So if you want them to play whichever one you want, be sure to go ahead and donate for those. Currently, Team Chaotix and Team Dark are actually in the lead. Team Chaotix has $120 and Team Dark has $35.
Okay.
And finally, the last bid war that we have going on is for Sonic Colors Ultimate to choose which version of the soundtrack that I'll be using when I play the game. And it looks like the original soundtrack is winning right now with $83.69. So if you want to force me to play with the new soundtrack, you'll have to donate quite a bit for that. And of course, we also have the raffles going on for this game, along with others like All-Stars Racing and Racing Transformed, Sonic Generations, and Sonic 4 Episode 1 and 2. If you would like to be entered into any of those, or the Steam version of Sonic Origins, a $1 entry gets you into any of those games, and a $5 donation gets you into the raffle for Sonic Origins. So feel free to let us know if you want to be added onto the Origins raffle. You'll automatically be added onto the other ones. We just kind of wanted to, make sure people are added onto Origins that actually want it, because some people might have already bought it. And, if you've already gotten it, then, we want it to go to people that actually want to have it. If you've already gotten it, you probably don't need another copy, I guess, is what we're going with.
Yeah, although we will say it is the Steam version we're giving away, so... if you've got it on console, but maybe you want to have a PC version to play around with mods or whatever, that this might still be worth entering.
Yeah, especially because what we've learned about Origins might be getting some mods to fix a few things if Sega and Sonic Team don't actually let Headcanon come back and fix some of the problems that were left in it, unfortunately.
Yeah, that seems to have been a bit of a clusterfuck over the last couple of days, because Stealth's put out a series of tweets basically saying that the work that his team had done, Headcanon had done, during the process of, after it's left them and gone to Sega to be integrated into the Origins as a product, it seems like new bugs have shown up that weren't there in the version that they handed over. So it's, it's kind of, something's gone wrong somewhere down the line, and given Sega's history with other companies they've outsourced to, I'm inclined to take his word for it, honestly.
Yeah, he definitely clarified that what they were able to hand over, because they were on, crunch time anyway, what they were able to hand over was not perfect and definitely still had some problems. And he specifically asked, like, can we get some extra time to iron these problems out? And from what I remember reading of the tweets, like, Sega basically said, "No, we good, son."
Pretty much, yeah.
And then like added more problems on top of those.
The Sega way, but yeah, it's one of the things that with Sega in particular, they have a bad track record of outsourcing projects, because we saw, like, with Colors Ultimate and all the problems that had at launch, that they'd handed it over to a team. I think in that case the team weren't properly experienced for that sort of thing, and they were also on a tight deadline and they'd had to restart once or twice. And before that, I think the most well-known offence is with rivalry, because Big Red Button had started developing that for, I think, the PS4 and the Xbox One, but without informing them, like the developers, Sega made the deal with Nintendo for it to be a Wii U exclusive. So all the shit that they'd developed using CryEngine, which does not play ball with the Wii U at all, like all the stuff that was working fine on the PS4 and Xbox One wasn't working anymore, and that's why the game kind of ended up in the sort of state that it did.
Okay, yeah, that kind of makes sense. I didn't know a lot about that. I knew like that Sonic Boom had been outsourced to Big Red Button, and that they had like run into problems with like Sega management or whatever. I didn't know a lot of the specifics though.
Yeah, that was kind of part of that deal that they had going on at the time with Nintendo, and Nintendo got a fucking shit deal out of that, because I think the games from that, like, it was, I think, one of the Olympic spin-offs, but also you had Lost World, the two versions of that, and Rise Lyric, and, you know.
Yeah, it was not a great time for Sonic.
Nah. It must be up here somewhere. Oh, there it is.
I was going to say, it's like on or in between one of the pillars.
Yeah, there it is. Like, because I saw the hint was the A1, I was thinking of the robots, but no, it is literally just this generator thing.
Oh, okay. To answer the question that was asked earlier, the difference in the soundtracks for Sonic Colors Ultimate is the new soundtrack is, well, I mean, it's a new soundtrack. They re-recorded or redid or remixed all the songs for the game, as far as I know. I think some of the old songs are still in there, so if you pick the old soundtrack, to say the word correctly, it will only be like the original one, and if you pick the new soundtrack, it does like a mix of the two, depending on like which act you're doing.
Yeah, I think that for the most part, the new ones play in Act 1, 2, and 3, and I think 4, 5, and 6 have the old ones. I may be wrong on that, but like it does definitely spread them out across the acts, like you said.
Yeah, I think that is the case. And they also have, I'm pretty sure the versions of Reach for the Stars and Speak With Your Heart are the new remix versions no matter what.
There's a button you can press to cycle through the thing. Oh, there we go. Small room with 4 pillars. Secret room that you can enter from the area next to the blue room. Okay, I get it. I think.
Alright, I'm being called away, so I'll be back in a few minutes.
Okie doke, mate. So I assume it's somewhere around here. Actually, no, I think it might be the one on the other side that's got the tiny little room. Okay, I thought it was this room. Maybe it's not. So let's try this thing. If not, it'll be the other way. Yep, it'll be the other way. I'm glad we get this slightly jazzy music in the background to accompany the fact that I'm probably not going to have all that much to say while I'm looking for the emeralds here, or the keys even. Here we go. In the treasure chest, I remember that one. So there's another one in here? Huh. I'm not going to get the shell. Oh, I didn't pick it up. I thought I heard the sound effect to pick it up, but apparently I didn't. Under the red jewel, okay. But where is the red? Oh, it's this one.
Rats.
I think one of these has a jewel.
Rats.
Maybe it's not what I'm thinking of because it seems to be getting looser as I'm going up.
Rats.
Oh, it might be in that. No. I feel really stupid, right? Oh, okay, it's in here. Somewhere. Oh, the red jewel on the ceiling. I think. So it's in this corner. There we go. Thank you for tolerating my rambling away to myself there, because I realise that does get a little bit obnoxious.
Yeah, I feel good.
So, what are you guys up to in chat? Flint's minimised past drift flume is a nightmare. Yeah, that is one thing I can say for the Diamond and Pearl remakes. They've changed up how the team compositions and that for the Elite Four, and all it really does is it creates this weird difficulty spike, because until you get to that point in the game, it's basically the easiest Pokemon games you'll ever play. You can just sort of blast your way through it. And then you get to the Elite Four and they have fucking competitive teams. Yeah, mate, I get it. Brah brah and all that. It's like, the balance is completely fucked in PTSD. It's because it reuses the same level allocations as the original games. It means that having the experience share thingy just means that if you're even just casually battling trainers you see, you're gonna be overpowered. And the thing is, I like the EXP share because it means that if you add a new team member later in the game, it's much easier to integrate them. But the games also need to be balanced accordingly. And for some reason, with Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, they just didn't. Like, that game is faithful to a fault. And it means that anything they did change just sort of sticks out like a sore thumb or breaks stuff. Knuckles is fast in general in this game. There's not really that many times where you'll have an opportunity to use it. It's mainly just this, because like everywhere else you're either looking for emeralds or you're like in tight confined spaces. But in this particular boss here, it's like he just goes fucking... He probably is Sonic speed. Let's try and hug the wall to... Can I get another hit in? No! I'm glad I got 2 hits in on the first round at least. So Arcang used a 12-mon team so you could sort of stay on the right level. Yeah, you kind of have to do that if you don't want to be overpowered in the Diamond Pearl remakes. Again, it's strange, like with X and Y and the Mega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, I kind of get why their balance was a bit fucked. Because those games, it was just an option. You know, like you could turn off the EXP share. So they were in this difficult position where they were trying to balance everything for both. And so just turning the EXP share on was basically like the easy mode. Whereas the newer games have it on as standard. And which in theory should make it more balanced because they can just bump up the levels and it's fine. Like everyone who uses it will be on the right level. But they don't. For some reason they have to perfectly recreate Masuda's original vision for Diamond and Pearl. Just easy mode. I feel like if they're gonna have it balanced the way they do, they probably should still have an option to turn it on or off. Like, they could go either way, I feel like. Either adapt it
Pretty rough.
with everyone using the XP share
Yeah.
like in mind, or just bump up all the levels and make the team competitions harder.
Get some, Eggman.
Did I miss the spooky ghost?
Yeah, you missed the spooky ghost, and also you missed me bitching about Diamond and Pearl remakes.
Fair enough, they deserve it.
Yeah, like I've mostly been talking about the balancing because that's what chat was bringing up, but in general, they are the weakest fucking Pokemon remakes out of all of them.
Yeah, which, I can pretty much agree with that. I didn't play them, but I mean, just looking at them, and from what I've heard from other people, they're just faithful to a fault, I think is the way that Tom described it.
I just used that exact phrasing verbatim. That is the exact problem they have. There's things that they just bring back from the original that were already fixed in Platinum, but they had to bring back the problem for some reason. Like, they brought back the weird team compositions for gym leaders and stuff like that. They brought back the very limited national decks. They brought back the fact that if you want to see a Drifloon for the Pokédex, which you have to do to get the national decks, there's one missable gym trainer with it. Otherwise, you have to wait until Friday to see the one that randomly the one that appears in the wild. Little things like that, and not to mention all the graphical decisions, because the graphics in Diamond and Pearl, they reek of being rushed. Like, you can tell that game was suffering behind the scenes. We know it got delayed, and there's a lot of visuals that seem like not necessarily left over placeholders, but they didn't have the same charm that they could have. They didn't have the same intricacy that they could have and did have in Platinum. But when it came to making HD textures for the new versions, they just used the generic ones from the original games, even though Platinum looks so much nicer.
Yeah, from what I've heard, the Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl is basically just the original code from Diamond and Pearl thrown into a new graphics engine. Plus, like, a few changes like the underground.
It seems like a lot of the database stuff has just been ripped from the originals, because there's glitches with certain abilities that were fixed in Gen 5, and this is the first time they've came back since then. I think Sticky Hold's one of them. Like, that's meant to influence how the fishing works somehow. I can't remember off the top of my head, but it just kind of shows that. I don't want to say it's lazy because I don't know the development process, but it feels like they were squeezed even tighter than Game Freak usually are. It feels like there was no, like, breathing room for them to go back through and polish everything. It's like they've just got to get this remake out right now.
Yeah, when they announced the Gen 4 remakes and Legends Arceus at the same time, I and several others that I spoke to about it basically said, why are they outsourcing the remakes and doing this spin-off game themselves? It should be the other way around. And God, I'm glad they did it the way they did, because Legends ended up great. Sad about the remakes, though.
Yeah, shame about them, and because the thing is with Pokemon remakes, the thing that I usually like about them, more so than a lot of remakes that I see for games, is that they're a good alternative to the original games. Like, you can, like, it's worth your time playing the original versions and the new ones a lot of the time. But with Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, just play Platinum.
Yeah, just play Platinum. It's so much better. In fact, play Renegade Platinum, which is an addition even to that. Honestly, you could go either way for those. I like Renegade Platinum as a ROM hack. It's definitely harder than Platinum, so if you're looking for an actual, difficult Pokemon game, that's definitely something you should look into.
Yeah, I know you streamed that a little while ago, didn't you, on the channel? And from what I saw of that hack, I like some of the decisions. I feel like there's some liberties that maybe I'm not entirely sold on, like some of the Pokemon being retconned as other types. Like, I see why they did it, but at the same time it fucks with my memory.
Yeah, it does screw with the memory sometimes, and I wish that the ROM hack came with, like, something that let you choose which change you wanted. There are some things that you can pick and choose, like you could choose whether you want to add fairy type to some of the ROM hacks that Drayano did, or like leave it alone, because it can break some things having that extra type, in terms of, you know, balance and whatnot.
I mean, it broke the remakes.
Yeah.
Like, remember that Garchomp that everyone was scared of? Nope, eat shit from my Togekiss.
Yeah, I mean... My biggest problem with Renegade Platinum, and I said this on the stream and on Twitter after I got done with it, they made too many of the side quests required in order to progress. Especially to get into Canalave, or Canalave, however that's pronounced. I think you have to go to the PAL Park and battle one person there who does not really stick out that much, and it doesn't matter whether you win or lose against that person, you just have to battle them, and then go into the city, and then you have to go to Iron Island. These are things that are side quests in the regular game that they are made required by the ROM hack, and I think that's just... they did that too much. There's too many of those things, and especially having those two things back to back to get into the one city was just a big problem.
I think the problem that you have with that is that the idea of having more non-main story content that you have to do in itself isn't a problem. If a new Pokemon came out and there was a lot of stuff like that, I wouldn't be too bothered if it's designed from the ground up with that. The problem is that when you're trying to fit that into an established story, it's hard to do stuff like that without sticking out like a sore thumb. Because like when you got the characters talking about how you need to go to Canalave City, and they've had to just slap in like this NPC who says, no, it's not ready yet, you need to do some other shit first, then it's kind of a bit of a boner killer, you know?
Yeah, especially because you don't know that you need to do those things until you try to go to the city.
Yeah.
So you've like gone down this entire path that probably took, 30 minutes or something.
I'm sorry.
And then find that you can't get in. And so you have to go do something else.
Eat shit, Omichao.
Oh, Jesus. And they're infinitely spawning too.
This is the catharsis you may have wanted all these shits.
I saw a video on Twitter of some YouTuber playing, I think it was Sonic 1 Omochao Edition.
Yes, I've seen that.
And if you don't know what that is, every time any action is taken, such as picking up a ring, Omochao will do a little jingle and say, hey, congratulations, you got a ring. And the jingle gets longer every time. And like after about 10 seconds of actual gameplay, I think the streamer was ready to be done.
I do like those shitpost kind of hacks, because like, I think they made the Sonic 2 Dimps edition one, where it was a hack of Sonic 2 that had all the weird physics quirks from Sonic 4 ported over, like speed pads literally everywhere, the physics that let you walk up the wall and shit, like stuff like that.
Alright. I know that someone made... Was it the first or second game that someone made a ROM hack where you play as Tom?
That was the first one. I think that was Jansen who did that, Shadow TG.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I was thinking about him earlier. I haven't heard from him in a long time.
I spoke to him a little while ago, like a few years ago. He seems like a nice bloke.
Yeah, I used to work with him and the other guys in the group Unplugged Comms. I actually worked with them before I joined HFC. Not that we really did much, I just kind of recorded some footage for them and did a few streams together.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I will say pretty much all of my pre-HFC work is cringe as fuck, so I won't waste your time looking it up.
I mean, I could point you to the first YouTube channel that I made, which has kind of an embarrassing name.
You've told me before, but go on, share with the class.
It is Pirate Swagger Commentaries.
based.
Yeah, this was a point in my life where I was a even bigger fan of Pirates of the Caribbean than I am now. And so that was just kind of my identity at the time.
All I'll say is I'm glad that most of the forums I used as a child are now dead. And I think for the one that I was on most, I think I'm the only person who has an archive.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, I got to turn the switch on back down there. Because then we do that, and then there's a spring to fire me back up to get the power up.
I think this is one of the longest of Tails levels, isn't it?
Yeah, this is the final Tails level.
Okay.
So this is the power up that lets you break the iron crates. And again, it's one that you need to get to progress, so you don't have to backtrack anywhere for it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to shoot that last one.
So, how much would you say is left in Hero Story in the game?
Hero Story, we're on level 13 of 16. The Dark Story is a little bit shorter, and then the last story will only take like half hour.
Okay, yeah. Because SA1 was longer than I expected it to be.
Right.
So, we're going to be running into my dinner time.
Yeah, okay. Maybe tag people in the Discord and see if someone can cover you later on if you need to.
Yeah, I have let my mom and dad know that I'm, like, going to be on here, and they can, like, cover themselves for dinner, because my dad can feed my mom.
Yeah, alright.
Like, he could do it just fine. Mom just likes it better because she's used to me doing it. I know her mannerisms and stuff like that, so...
Fair enough, yeah. Oh no, can I do this without dying? I've just got to not let these things shoot me.
I'll destroy the power supply.
You sure will destroy the power supply, Tails. And hopefully not die in the process.
Hopefully not destroy ourselves.
Yeah, now that's the part that can fuck you up, because the thing lets you free while you're likely holding the analog stick to aim, so it's very easy to accidentally just walk off the edge once you finish shooting.
Yep, that sounds like a piece of shit to me.
Do better next time.
People in chat talking about the origin of their screen names. Fun fact, speaking of my family, my screen name actually was originally something that my dad used.
Yeah, right.
For City of Heroes. He's the one that made the original account that we used for that. And so Speranda was the name of his account and the first character he made.
That's so much more wholesome than mine. I was 10 and it sounded cool.
I mean, the Flame Call is a pretty cool one, yeah. I like it.
It has the energy of I'm 10 and it sounds cool.
I think it's still okay enough to last into adulthood. It's better than something... One of my best friends used to go by just Fire Dragon.
Yeah, alright.
And which is like... That's one of those names that's cool as a kid and just kind of boring as an adult.
See, the thing is, I kinda like having a name that's a little bit generic, because I like kind of getting lost and blending in. So like, if you search the name, then you'll find a lot of stuff that isn't me. So there's that little degree of anonymity there, and it's hard to, like, my online footprint is intentionally confusing, just because I just sort of like to not have too much following me.
Alrighty. Yeah, it's actually kind of strange that the name Speranda is taken on YouTube and Twitter. That's why I have the numbers 314 at the end of my screen names for those sites. Not like they're being used. Like, I'm pretty sure the Twitter account has never tweeted. It's just existed for a decade and no one's ever done anything with it.
No, yeah.
But like, I'm not gonna, try to fight someone over a screen name when it doesn't really matter.
The particular Flaming Claw variation of my name comes from the fact that I locked myself out of an account that was just Flameclaw. So it was like...
I've wondered about that, yeah.
Yeah, so like, I think it was my DeviantArt was the first thing I used this particular inflection of it on, and that was because I'd made the Flameclaw account on there, and within I think a couple of days I'd lost the password like an idiot, and so I was like, at this point I might as well just make a new one.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, maybe I do need to bait it down. There we go. I'm learning, guys, don't worry.
Oh, this is like one of the worst of the Knuckles stages just because it's so huge.
It's the worst Knuckles stage. The Rouge version is much worse, though.
Oh, is it really? Okay.
Yeah, because that one has gravity fuckery.
Oh, it does, yeah. I think I'm gonna need to step away for a second because my cat is crying for dinner.
Oh, bless her. The highest rotating beacon. So the main difference that you really need to bear in mind between this and Mad Space is the hints for this one are honest. The hints for Mad Space, not quite so honest. Which, I mean, like, I get it as a gimmick for the thing, but it's also kind of annoying. Especially the ones that are just written backwards, because then you usually have to just pause the game to be able to catch up with what it actually said. Okay, a highest beacon, I don't think I need any other hints for that, thankfully. I know there's an easier way if you are to, like, to get up, there's a rocket underneath the platform back down there. But I'd also have to line up a shot with the boulders, and I kind of don't want to waste time doing that. Do need to remember how to get up here, though. God, this level's a pain in the ass to navigate. Highest beacon, so I'll just go to the top and then work down. Or that can happen. That can indeed happen. There's one thing, this level does have a lot of just getting twatted off screen by shit. What did you miss? We're still on the hero story for SA2, so we still have the entire Dark story to go, so you haven't missed too much. So if the highest beacon isn't here, it must be down a bit. I think it was beeping earlier. I might be an idiot and completely... Oh, there it is.
It's closer left.
Okay, one more, so it's probably gonna be low, just thinking probability-wise.
The emerald was inside you all along.
I mean, with the way it's shaped, you know, if you're brave enough. Okay, I managed to get that thing open, so I will go get the sunglasses just because it makes Knuckles look fucking stupid.
What do they do?
What they do is they show hidden items, but more importantly, Knuckles flies around with these massive clunky sunglasses.
Fair enough.
So yeah, if you filter through the things, sunglasses, there you can see the rings, a life, and a spring that you couldn't see otherwise, and then you just press A to come out of it.
Okay, yeah, I've never seen anyone use those.
There's a reason for that. It's fucking useless. Like, the most useless thing is the... arguably... Actually, no, that probably is the most useless thing tied with the magic hands that Sonic gets.
Okay, what do the magic hands do?
You stand in front of an enemy, cycle through the menu until you get it, and then use it, and it just puts whatever enemy is in front of you in a tiny ball in Sonic's hands, and you can throw it like an item.
Okay.
Why you would waste time doing that is beyond me. We've got small meteorites. This might be another one that's a little bit higher.
Yeah, sounds like it. Said something about a tank on the first hint.
But that could be one of the things at the top or one of the things at the bottom. But it didn't seem to be beeping at the bottom.
Hey, Swede, how's it going?
Sonic Heroes on the Nintendo Dreamcast Series X.
Well, you did get one of those right anyway.
I'm actually gonna get this time. Got cocky, lads, got cocky. Jump off it and jump back on it. Dig in the square of a floating tank, something, something, something.
That went by way too fast.
Yeah, you can get it back through the pause menu, but I don't think it'd help that much either way.
I think the second hint probably be the most useful one.
It's something around here.
Because it said near a lot of meteorites was the second hint. So go over to that field of asteroids that are floating off to the right. Well, it was right a second ago, now it's left.
I'm lost. Am I facing the right direction that you're talking about? That might be the one, yeah.
Yes, that's the way I was talking about.
Okay, so... There we go.
I found
Nice. It's been going well so far, Swede. We made over $1,000 on the first day. Hit the first milestone to unlock the first bonus day of games. Today's been a bit slower, but that's pretty typical for, day 2 of our marathons, so...
Yeah, plus, it doesn't have the first day buff and it doesn't have the weekend buff, so...
Yeah, it does have the Sonic Adventure buff, so we are having, plenty of people watching. But, we're having fun. Doesn't matter.
We are already over 1,000, and we did get our first incentive day unlocked, didn't we? So, I actually haven't had the chance to add that onto the Tiltify schedule just yet. But, Spar, if you want to read out the incentive games that we played on the first day, let people know what they can expect.
Sure, just let me load up the schedule right here and I can read that off. On the first day of the incentive block, we're going to have Flicky's Island, the Sonic mobile game showcase from Tanner, Sega Sonic the Hedgehog, and the Minecraft Sonic crossover, which I believe Tanner was saying is going to be a pretty wild trip, because I think he was actually trying that out after we finished off the stream last night.
Yeah.
And you can unlock more things like a Sonic Creepypasta block, the handheld versions of All-Stars Racing Transformed Colors and Generations, the Wii version of Unleashed, and also Sonic 06. All of those things and more will be in the incentive block if they get unlocked, and those require your donations. So if you want to see those, or if you just want to support a great cause, feel free to donate using the button below the stream window or the donate command.
Oh, there she is. She's so tiny compared to everything else, I keep losing her. Come on. Okay, this is flat now, so she'll come down. Come on, one more hit. There we go.
I never lose.
Those feel like the worst boss fights compared to any of the others.
Yeah, they're just a bit... it's because when it opens up, it's so easy to lose where the other one is, and it just makes it sort of drag on a bit. In fairness, that was part player error as well, because I should have been paying more attention, but still.
I feel like if you're playing Dark Story for this one, Knuckles would be easier to keep track of because he's red, whereas Rouge kind of blends in with the metal coloring of everything.
Yeah.
Although I don't know how true that is. Also, I am forgetting the one boss fight that Tails has to do near the end, where Eggman could just spam his giant laser over and over.
There's a knack to that. It's not as bad once you know what you're doing, whereas this one, it's always going to drag a little bit.
What in the world?
Hands to yourself.
Shipping moments.
Is that how you say thanks to someone who just saved your life?
Saving my life. Don't think I owe you one. You just wanted to hold my hand, didn't you? That's why you saved me. You're such a creep.
This isn't a joke, you know. Think what you want, Batgirl. I was saving the Master Emerald.
I love the writing in this game.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
No matter what you say, it sounds crazy.
What?
Fine, then just take them.
Why does Rouge want the Master Emerald anyway? Aside from it being shiny.
That you just answered your own question. It's shiny.
Okay, fair enough.
Like her thing, like, is explain more what she's actually doing in the Dark Story, but she's first and foremost a treasure hunter and a thief. So, you know, that's kind of why she wants it.
She just wants the pretty thing. She doesn't want the power of it.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, maybe standing on that beam over the lava pit was probably not a great place to, one, have that conversation, and two, throw down the shards of the Master Emerald.
Living on the edge. It's the level Richie hates because he's bad at it.
Alright, throwing shade, let's go.
But yeah, like, Crazy Gadget is just a really fucking, like, aesthetically cool level. There are some design decisions that maybe aren't good for first-time players, but I fucking love this shit, you know?
I mean, it's really cool to look at, which, I mean, is kind of really important in a Sonic game.
No, I just realised when I did Green Forest I didn't think to pick up the light speed attack thingy, but I don't really need it, so it's fine.
Yeah, whatever. I can imagine these games are really fun to, like, just do super fast runs of.
They are the kind of games that once you know them, you know, like, it's so much fun just to go back and replay the levels. Like, when you know that this is the one you pick and the middle one shoots you down to the pit, you know, once you're not getting tripped up by things like that, then, you know, it becomes a lot more interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So what I think's an interesting bit of level design there is if you saw in that room where I flipped, like where I had to hit the enemy to open the door, there was another room up the top. You don't have to go there. I think all that's in there is a life, but you can actually get one of these little flip switch things in several rooms' time, and then go up there and work your way back just to get that.
Mm-hmm.
Which isn't worth your time doing, but it's cool that they considered it. There's a lot of stuff like that in this game's level design, actually, and I feel like it's little things like that that might have been one of the reasons why I connected to it so much as a kid, because that is the sort of thing, you know, when it's you're a kid and it's your only game, so you're going to fuck around with it for ages and ages and ages. The more you play around with it, the more things you are going to discover. Here's Sonic's last mandatory upgrade, the flame somersault thingy, and that just lets you break these iron crates, which they like reusing that. All the characters have a power up like this. I think they're mostly all mandatory except for Shadow.
Okay, just because he's cool like that.
Yeah, it's just they put his power up in Radical Highway, like, and you have to work your way back to it. And like, you don't have to, but like, it intends for you to work your way back to it.
Mm-hmm.
So that's just kind of how it works out, you know, I guess. That's another one of those sections where if you do have the light speed attack, you can be there for ages just fucking around with the infinitely spawning things.
Yep, I remember where Tom got stuck there one time. Thank you guys for the recommendations on mods for SA1 and 2 on the PC version. I'll be sure to check those out whenever I get around to playing it.
Nice one.
The one weakness of the ultimate life form: steel crates.
Yeah.
So, I think Tails. I know you said Tails levels are done, right? So it's just a boss after this.
This is another section that everyone seems to hate that I like. I feel like people, a lot of people say that they get lost here, and I don't really know how you can, given it is literally just a linear route. You're more likely to fuck up if you're trying to be clever about it than if you just do what the game lays down in front of you. Admittedly, that's the first time I've had that happen, so...
Stuff like that happening also, that was big, right?
Yeah,
yep,
Big's down there. Okay, I'm gonna improv a different way, because otherwise I'm gonna die.
I think you're gonna die.
No, I think I might be stuck. Yeah, I'm mashing buttons and I'm stuck.
you can't even go back towards big?
No, like, I'm literally mashing every button on the fucking... Yeah, I spoke far too fucking soon, alright.
Alright then.
And back to this part. So I'm gonna try not to jinx anything this time. I'm gonna just do the plain simple Tetris room as the plain simple Tetris room is meant to be played, and hopefully I won't get in a spring loop again.
Yeah, if you do get stuck there, don't hit the spring.
Yeah, well, I forget if it even threw me onto the spring or not, because like, I think that's might be what it... No, it weren't meant to do that. We got to where Big was and it just fired me back.
Yeah, you got to where Big was and then you like slipped off the side from there. And then you were stuck on the spring, which, I mean, like, if you get down there again, just chill with Big for a while.
Well, the only way off of that platform at that angle is death. So, yeah, that's it. Just hang out with Big.
Yeah, I mean, death would have been better than having to restart the entire level, though.
Yeah, there is. This is what's intended to happen there.
Yeah, I mean, slow rail movement aside.
No, that's just being careful.
Fair.
There are some skips you can do around here, but I'm just going to play it safe now.
Yeah, for sure. I imagine there's tons of stuff you can do for skipping stuff, a lot like the gravity manipulation in like Mario Galaxy or whatever. There's like always going to be stuff you can do to skip huge sections of it.
Like, I'm pretty sure that thing covering the gold ring there isn't even a solid object. So if you come through from the back, you can just phase through.
Mm-hmm, yep.
Yeah, that run could have gone a lot better.
Well, I think the second run was mostly fine, but that's okay too. I mean, the first run was good up until, you know, you got stuck.
Yeah. It sure is a Dreamcast loading from a disc.
It sure is, yeah. It's not like we can hear it. I'm sure you can hear it just fine in your room.
Oh yeah, I can hear it fucking echoing.
Let's take care of
This is overkill.
Shall we, Sonic?
But also completely on brand.
Yeah.
We'll talk about your girlfriend. That is, if you really care for her. Handing
It's the Eggman ships it.
Emerald, I can kill two birds with one stone. Put the emerald down right there and back off. You've turned into a big-time villain, Doctor.
I love that line.
I love this cutscene in general so much.
This is definitely the Kino part of the story.
One of them, yeah.
With that fake emerald, didn't you?
The sound of a working wearing Dreamcast is amazing. I agree to a degree. There's the fucking expression that I love so much from that scene. Just Tails like mouth wide open. It's the fucking Pikachu meme. I've just noticed. It's the fucking Pikachu meme.
I go to the same restaurant every morning for breakfast because it's what my mom likes.
Yeah.
And there's a car that I see there. I assume it's an employee for one of the nearby stores because I see it there every morning. They have a little sticker on their car of the shocked Pikachu meme.
That's great.
And when I was looking at it the other day in my delirious, sleep-deprived state, I thought, Pikachu can't be shocked. He's resistant to electric types.
Fuck's sake, Spot.
Yeah. This is what my mind does when I don't get enough sleep.
Take care of me. If you give me the real emerald, I will release you both. You have my promise.
Sonic!
Huh?
Sonic's asked me for the first time to do something for him.
Can't take you anywhere, Spot.
Yeah, Nat's yelling at me in the chat, which is gonna happen pretty much any time I make a bad joke like that.
So what I want to do is sort of hug in a bit, but not shoot the thing in the middle.
Yeah.
And I know why I fucked up there. It's because when I usually do this, like I say, I'm normally going with New Game Plus, and Tails has an armor upgrade, so like I can just mash a lot more freely. And he also, I think his power upgrade also makes him do more damage.
I think the other thing is that, when you got close to him, he was hitting you, like, before you could hit him kind of thing.
Well, that's just a crapshoot in general, the same as the first Eggman fight.
Right, yeah. Wait, does that actually work that way, Bone the Cat? If you play Dark Story first, Eggman here is harder because he has more health?
I'm not sure, because he had the visual upgrade, like that red part on him, that's not there normally when you play as Eggman until you get the upgrade, so I'm not sure about that one. This is another fucking Kino cutscene.
Hey, Sonic.
I don't even know why Knuckles is here. I haven't been paying that much attention.
Well, he's in space because he was looking for the emeralds, wasn't he?
Use the chaos control.
Oh yeah, I guess that's it.
Chaos control? Are you okay?
I'm worried about Tails and Amy. I hate to ask, but could you help them? This is our last chance. I got it. Before the cannon fires, I'll slam dunk it in there.
Sonic characters go to space like every week.
Yeah, I always question why people said Sonic Colors was copying Mario Galaxy when Sonic definitely went to space first.
Yeah, and although in fairness, it's on the Wii and it has a similar aesthetic, and when you're trying to be a hack on the internet for retweets, you know that works.
Yeah, I mean, people tend to shit on Sonic just kind of in general for shit like that, so...
Yeah, it is one of them series. And I will say part of what I find so disappointing about modern Sonic internet drama, it's a lot more boring than it used to be.
Probably because some of it is actually deserved.
Well, no, I mean these stuff for how people have been whining about forces for 5 years straight, and it's the same surface level observations.
Yeah, I could agree with that. I just mean in the sense of the games haven't been that good. They haven't been atrocious, but they just haven't been that good.
Yeah, well, I think the bigger thing when it comes to Sonic slap fights on the internet, a lot of the people doing this nowadays make some kind of online media for a living, and so they have to worry about optics.
Mm-hmm.
They can't do the old style, the Spats sort of shit, where he went on this massive campaign about how he wanted to physically harm Jason Griffith and shit like that. Just that sort of unhinged internet drama that I miss from the old days.
Yeah, that's not cool.
It's not cool, but as a spectator, you know.
I mean, I guess. I mean, I guess it could be funny for a bit if you know the person is joking and no harm is actually going to be done. But, like, even then, I feel it's a bit strange.
No, Spax is just unhinged. And,
I mean, yeah. I don't know who that is, but...
He was the guy who basically became known for the bitching about 4Kids in the mid-2000s sort of thing. And then, obviously, you also have Chris, where, like, his take on the boom antics. That was kind of what brought Chris into more of a mainstream thing, when, like, macing these store employees, because they wouldn't let him take down the display of Sonic with blue arms.
Mm-hmm.
That was a bag jump. Which is kind of a shame, because I managed to get the first jump, like the one that I thought I'd fuck up, like down perfectly. What am I doing wrong here?
Well, fortunately it did happen immediately after a checkpoint.
Yeah, true. Being a little bit more careful this time, which I probably should have been doing from the start, but you know, I'm Sonic, I want to be cool. I think I took the bottom route by mistake here. And look at that one grind rail there. The one grind rail to death over on the right.
Oh yeah, I see that.
And what I think makes that more of a dick move is, if you remember earlier, one of the rails that was just off to the side like that was one you did want to take, because it cut like probably like 40 seconds off of the level. So it's kind of trained you to look for sections like this, and then it's no, just this one kills you.
Yeah, I know at the start of the level there's a certain way that you can jump to actually avoid the death planes. So you jump off one of the early rails and just fall through all of this.
Yeah.
Like sort of out of bounds, and so you end up skipping minutes of the level.
I was trying to be cool, but the camera didn't want me to.
Yeah, unfortunate.
Okay.
Slow rails.
Sonic, well known for his slow and steady approach. If I accidentally end up where the Mystic Melody is, I'll pick it up, otherwise I'm not going to go out of the way for it.
So what do those do?
They're the ones that let you get into the secret areas to find the Lost Chow for them missions.
Okay, so what does it do in this? It unlocks the missions?
No, it's just there's sections where there's these little shrines that you can go there, but usually if you're not on that mission, it just takes you to like a life or something.
Oh, okay. So basically really nothing special.
Yeah, if you're not going out your way for the extra stuff, then, you know, it's not worth your time. But yeah, I'll run past it. I think you have to go backwards on one of the platforms to get it, and I just want to go fast.
Yeah, fair enough. Especially after a death on the stage.
After a death, and also after like 20 minutes of retakes.
Barely made it.
So now, coming up is yet another fucking Kino moment from this game.
You never cease to surprise me, Blue Hedgehog. I thought that capsule you were in exploded in space.
You know, what can I say? I die hard.
I can even look past the shit sound mix in there. It's so cool. I don't mind.
It was a Chaos Emerald, wasn't it? But there's no way you could have activated the Chaos Control using an emerald.
How many times have Sonic and Shadow interacted in this game by this point? Like, 2?
Yeah. Well, like,
alright.
Actually, no, because there was the early cutscene, wasn't there, where they first met. They didn't fight then, but, you know. But like, in fairness, the premise is more that Shadow's been a tool to frame Sonic. So although they're not interacting directly, they still have their reason to be at odds with each other.
Ah, okay.
I know that you can spin behind him and make it easier, but you know, this is the way that I normally do it out of habit, and it's easier than trying to line it up for me personally.
Yeah, for sure.
Like for the first hit in particular, he doesn't really move much. There's just a sort of cut-off point, and I missed him there.
Yeah, that wasn't too bad.
Yeah, but it's again lining that up when he's darting all over the place, and there's rings that get counted as light dash can also be fiddly.
Yeah, for sure.
Like that, I was trying to spin, but didn't want to play ball because there was a ring in the way. Oh, if you use Chaos Spear, like if you wait for him to do that, then it takes ages.
Yeah, because I don't think he's even tried yet.
He usually does that, I think, when he gets too far in front of you. Like if he gets too far back, he'll use Chaos Control and dart ahead. Gets too far in front, then he'll Chaos Spear.
As we're finishing up here, I think we got another donation.
Oh, neat.
So let me check that out. Nope. Precious. Not a good time. We got a couple, actually. We got $5 from Not Stephen Fry, who says, another bad joke incoming. I always thought that it was noble how Sonic and his friends would always team up to take down Eggman. They really spring into action. Thank you so much for your $5, Not Stephen Fry.
Thank you very much for your donation, mate. We appreciate it.
And we also have another $1 from Dr. Eggman himself, who says, and now, loyal followers of the Eggman Empire, time for my music. Woo-ha! Oh yeah, I'm not going to sing the rest of it, fuck you. The story begins with who's going to win. You know when the danger lies within. Aboard the Ark, a genius at heart who wanted to unlock the mysteries of life.
That is Eggman's theme in this game.
Alright, so thank you for that one, and I'll add you onto the raffles and stuff. Not Stephen Fry, if you want to be added onto the Sonic Origins raffle, go ahead and let me know, and I can get your entries locked away for that as well.
Okay, while the credits roll, I am just going to step away for a moment, so Spar, you're on chat duty.
Alrighty. Yeah, we appreciate the help, Bone the Cat. It's tough to get these fights done in a marathon setting, or at least like a charity event live stream setting anyway. Let me just turn this up so I can listen to it. Yeah, this is not a song that I hear a lot when it comes to Sonic, actually. I feel like most of the other themes are ones that are more memorable for people, the other character themes. You are correct, Xehanorto. I've jotted you down on the Origins raffle list. So I've got that noted down for you.
Eggman steals the research from a military base located on an island to the south. The military's top-secret weapon, Shadow, sealed in the space colony Ark, the 7 Chaos Emerald. When all of the keys have been collected, world conquest will be at hand. Sonic Adventure 2, The Dark Side Story. Long live the Eggman Empire.
Hope you're excited for the Dark Side film.
I remember hearing that that little teaser that plays was either the inspiration that was used for the secret movie at the end of the first Kingdom Hearts game, like the similar style of cutting away and showing some scenes like that.
Possibly. I'm not sure exactly which one you mean, but it has a very specific kind of direction to it, doesn't it? And let's see if I can sneak opening this Lucozade bottle without it coming through the mic. Let's see.
And is moving in the direction of the underground base. All units prepare to engage. Emergency battle formations. Standard battle procedures initiated. Locate and stop the intruder from entering the security area. This is not a drill.
That explosion graphic did not look good.
Let's take a look at what my grandfather was working on. A top-secret military weapon. The military shut down the research because they feared it.
So, for full disclosure, I am starting to feel a little bit tired now, so this Dark Side story will be brought to you by caffeine.
Oh, fair enough.
as with a lot of projects that I work on.
Intruder alert. Assume level 1 defense formation.
So this is a level that definitely looks a lot worse in the battle version and the HD version from what I recall, because there's a lot of lighting subtleties in this version that just didn't carry over. And it ends up looking just a bit empty on the whole.
Yeah, I think I can picture kind of what you're talking about. It's got kind of a too bright, too clean feeling.
Yeah, like I don't think this red part was there at all, and granted that might have been a safety consideration if they're making it full screen, but you know. Because it is like a flashing red light full screen. Like, we've got it cropped here, so hopefully it's not a problem for anyone. But if you've got it full screen on TVs which would have started to be getting bigger at that point in time, yeah, it might not have been the best idea. I don't have the means to get it now, but I think it's the shot power-up that's behind that thing there.
Thank you, Zaya Ken, for the raid.
Thank you very much, mate. You want to let our raiders know what we're doing here, Spar, who we're raising money for?
Yeah, since we're also here at the start of the Dark Story, I can go ahead and remind people as well. We are HellfireComms, and we're here playing 2+ weeks worth of Sonic games to raise money for the Child's Play charity, which provides toys and games to kids that are stuck in hospitals for long stays to help ease their stay. You could donate by pressing the button that is below the stream window, or by typing !donate into the chat window, as Cassidy has done there just a moment ago. And the bot will post a link. It'll take you to the Tiltify page, where you can check out all of the bid wars that we have going on, the schedule for the rest of the marathon, the donation total, and the page even has an embedded video of the stream, so you can just watch it on there if that strikes your fancy.
I kind of wish the Tiltify page did have a way to move where the chat is, because that's my only real hang-up with watching it on there, and the fact that it puts it underneath. But I really am grateful that we have the Tiltify set up now, because it just makes everything so much easier than the old system where we were just trying to keep track of things on Google Docs and whatnot.
Yeah, for sure. Especially like having the tracker on stream, courtesy of the Tiltify widget, is pretty nice. So I'm glad we, found that out. They actually added that like a week before one of the streams I did last year, I think for the Parkinson's Foundation or something like that. And so I wasn't able to use it for that because it was still like being tested or whatever.
Yeah, it was still like a new thing, and sometimes it's best to play it safe. But yeah, the other thing that I really like about the Tiltify one is the customization there, in that you can have a tasteful display, like a tasteful goal. Because a lot of the ones I see people have, it's like just it pops up in the middle of the screen, and it just distracts from everything. Whereas this, it shows people what they need to know, but also we can make it fit our layout nicely.
Yeah, and we usually try to match it with colors. Thank you again, Kara, for all the artwork for the layouts and stuff like that, and the Flame for fixing up some of the resolutions for our game displays and stuff like that.
Yeah, and I'm not sure how many people caught it earlier, but you might have, given we had 3 retakes. But she also did the little tradition that Kara and I have at this point, where I have a special version of the opening bumper, and you may have seen a certain character flying through space in the background.
I did indeed, yep. We've been using Tiltify for at least 2 years, maybe 3 years now. I don't remember. It's definitely been quite a bit now.
I think the first one that we used it for was the Super Nintendo-thon. Because before that, Child's Play used to have their own on-site widget thing, which it did the job, but it wasn't the prettiest thing in the world, just say that much.
Okay, yeah, alright.
Because I think the other thing that I like about this one, the Tiltify one, is that it shows the list of donations publicly on the page as well. So, you don't have to be logged in to see that, which means that people can see that their donation has gone through. There isn't the worry of has it gone through, has it not gone through, they haven't read it yet, it might have gone wrong, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure.
Here's the lad himself.
Wait a minute, you're not Sonic. This is impossible.
Eggman is the only one that can tell these two apart, and even then he's confused at the start when Shadow first appears.
Yeah.
They don't look anything alike.
I wonder if Shadow's design, it's more of an implied thing that they've maybe exaggerated his design for our benefit more so than maybe the characters are seeing him differently.
It could also be a thing of again, for our benefit, the cutscenes are brighter, whereas what the characters are seeing might be in more darkness, and so they can't see very well.
Possibly, yeah.
Doesn't really explain when they get back into daytime or whatever.
And again, they might have... come on! Let me have that one.
How did that not hit?
I just skimmed the top of him a little bit. And again, don't think I've had that happen before. And why didn't you try shooting me there?
I think you probably interrupted the attack.
Maybe. He might have just realised I was a bit close or something. Yeah, try getting cocky. Yeah, it might be a bit of a leftover from Shadow's original design. Because I think he was originally meant to be just a Dark Sonic kind of character, rather than being necessarily distinct like he is.
Alright, well, I'm glad they went back and changed that, because Shadow is a lot more interesting than just a literal copy of Sonic.
Plus, if they called him Evil Sonic, then Penders would have sued.
He ended up doing that anyway and lost, I'm pretty sure.
Not Sonic Team, no. He took BioWare to court, and obviously there was the shit with Archie. But I still love the fact that Scourge's original name was literally just Evil Sonic.
But what did you mean when you said you will grant me a wish?
Thank you, Tom. I guess it was Tom for taking care of the marathon Twitter, because I was not on the ball for that.
Alright.
Space Colony Arc.
Yeah, we do have, like, if you're just following us now, we do have a specific Twitter account for the marathon. I believe it's at HMarathons, so if you want to post a link in chat for people. There we go.
We got a command for that one.
You beat me. Like, you've got all this stuff set up that we're using constantly, but I somehow managed to completely forget about.
Well, I mean, the donate command is pretty easy enough to remember, but some of the others might be a bit more obscure.
And I've only asked you about it about 10 times, so... do one of us speaking do podcasts? I don't. I just do the LPs on HFC and my own channel.
Yeah, I've never done any podcasts either. I also work with, here on HFC and have done a few things here and there on other stuff, but, like, really not much at all.
Yeah, I've maybe had 1 or 2 podcast appearances like 5 years ago, more than that.
Definitely not anything like super popular or, a lot of episodes or anything like that.
Nah.
Prevent the Master Emerald from being stolen, you idiot. If it's in pieces, I can restore it. And by the way, that's not your emerald.
Look into it once I get back to the base.
Yes, it was entirely worth our time rewatching the same cutscene with different music. I'm keeping this in just to keep it cohesive, I swear. Did Lani Manella voice Bubsy? Didn't know about that.
I mean, yeah, I can hear it, I guess.
Maybe. Bubsy just doesn't have the tits for the role. I'm sorry. See, is it in this particular lagoon, or do we have to go to the other one first? Near the water, so it will be the other one. I saw people talking about Penda's drama, but I'm not sure which Penda's drama they're talking about. Because I'm only just seeing the chat in the corner of my eye. Okay, well there's one.
Oh, okay.
Weren't the one that I was looking for, but...
Hey, that just saves you time.
Yeah. Actually, come to think of it, near the water might be in the other one, because I know there's like the little pools of water higher up.
There's water everywhere. That's such a bad hint.
Well, like, there's little pools of water. I think it's on the system, like the Layton system, where it's like the first hint is vague, and they get more and more obvious as more come in.
Yeah, I know, but, like, there's vague, and then there's just kind of completely unhelpful.
True. Okay, I was thinking it was this, but apparently not. Unless it's one on the other corner, maybe? Okay, no, it's not this.
Nope, I would grab another hint, yeah.
But I feel like a pussy. On a square box that the Paul statue is holding. Well, there's these, but it hasn't beeped anywhere near it, so maybe there's one that I just wasn't paying attention to. It is somewhere on the map.
Yeah, I mean, this is true.
It might be on the one up here. Nope, it's not the other one I thought it might be. Okay, it's got to be this one here. Yep, it's this one here.
Alright, like, literally the furthest away it could have been.
The one place I didn't check. It exists in this game. You gotta go to another level for it, but it exists. Guns guard to the storage area. That would be in the other area. Yeah.
Yeah, all the gun stuff is like in this part, isn't it?
It's up the top here, yeah. Thanks for blinding me.
For sure.
There we go.
I got it.
Could have gone better, but could have gone worse.
It's all too easy for me.
I'm gonna need to take a minute to get up and stretch my legs real quick, so I'll be back in a little bit.
Fair play, mate. Yeah, we did talk about it earlier, but Mad Space is going to be the worst for the hints. That's true, they could have made them spawn in order, which would have been a complete dick move.
Those idiots will never find my hidden base inside this pyramid.
Oh, I just remember, I normally speed through this level with a hover, but I don't have that yet, so I'm going to actually have to play it the intended manual way. For probably the first time in a decade. Let's just pretend that didn't happen. Nobody saw that, that's fine. I've got to relearn how far his jump can go. Was Rouge created just as an excuse to test jiggle physics? I would believe it. And I just realised what I said when I stumbled over my words there. Yeah, because this level you can beat super quick if you don't have the hover. But without it, it is just a very slow, monotonous platforming level. And I mean, I know, bitching about platforming a platformer, but still. Just want to check while Spar's not here, and I haven't really got much to talk about. As the tech side of things holding up for you guys on stream? Like, does the audio still sound good? Is the frame rate holding up? Stuff like that? A beta design when she was still Nails was literally just Lara Croft, but as a bat. Yeah, pretty much. Looks good, thank you, Nat. Sounds and looks good. That's good. Like, I haven't played with anything since we set it up, but you know, we're live. If anything's gonna go wrong, it's gonna go wrong while we're going. So we're good. Thank you, guys. Yeah, this is where the thing pops up. Yep, I'm not actually going for score, so that doesn't bother me, and I'm bound to die in like the last minute, because that's what I usually do. But still. Hey guys, if you jump in this certain spot in a certain way, Rouge gets naked. Thank you for your contributions to Super Cheats. We will publish it without verifying. Actually, how many of them old cheat sites are still active? Like, I know the ones that everyone goes to that have been around for years are like Game FAQs and stuff like that. There are a few that I remember from back in the day, like Super Cheats, like Game Cheat Code Central, stuff like that. I think they're both still going, unless they've shut down in like the last year or so. I think one of the better ones these days, if they have the game you're looking for, is Strategy Wiki. Because what they do, they don't have every game, but when they do, they tend to have the like game FAQs type of in-depth walkthroughs, but they're usually presented a little bit tidier, like in HTML pages, rather than just being like a big text document. Super Cheats is still up. Like, I remember, I never had an account on Super Cheats myself, but I remember at one point someone on a completely different forum got really pissed off at me because apparently my name was similar to some guy who was trolling the fuck out of Super Cheats back in the day. And this guy saw that I was on his site and assumed I was him, and I got this long private message about how I'd better behave myself and shit like that. I feel like if you weren't using forums in like the mid to late 2000s, you've kind of missed out on the Kino experience that will never be experienced again. I'm surprised they were able to get away with Rouge's unlockable multiplayer skin. Yeah, some of them are a little bit risque.
That wasn't so difficult.
How dare I have a similar name that was just one I pulled out my arse when I was 10. not just people lambasting you for something you didn't do, but just the experience of the kind of very contained internet drama that happened back then.
In the space colony,
The fanfiction.net forums in the early 2010s was pretty lit.
just what's going
I
on.
never used that site unironically. There were a few shitpost fiction like entries that a mate of mine and I contributed back in the day. That unfortunately people didn't really take the bait. I think we were a little bit late on that one, but we had fun writing this stupid shit.
Mysteriously, the only thing that was
Chaos
stolen was the
Emerald?
Chaos Emerald. According to eyewitnesses at the scene,
Early 2010 Smash fanfic was peak fanfic. I'm not sure if this is still true, but for a while, the officially recognised, like I think it was Guinness World Records recognised, longest piece of fiction in existence by word count was a Smash Brothers fanfiction.
And it was a piece of shit, too, from what I heard.
From what you heard,
Like, it was terrible.
did you not read it?
No, of course not.
I didn't either, but I was kind of hoping to get a TLDR from someone.
Find them before they escape.
I don't think the red colour effects were in this cutscene in the GameCube version either, but that I may be wrong about. Didn't an MLP one overtake it? I would not be surprised.
For me. For all the people on that planet. Sayonara.
Maybe this is just a thing about having been on the internet as long as I have, but there's something about My Little Pony that whenever I see it, I immediately picture it in the context of porn. Like, I've seen more, involuntarily, I've seen more My Little Pony porn than any actual earnest material from the show itself.
Same. Again, involuntarily, because God, no, please take it away. Yeah.
I'm not like somebody else in the group who has a Futanari My Little Pony fanfic writer who they pay close attention to.
I think I can take a guess as to who that is.
Go on.
No, I'm not gonna.
Right, let's see if I can do this. I'm not meant to do this yet. Oh yeah, sequence broke. See, this is the optional flame somersault that you don't need to get as Shadow. What he expects you to do is to come back when you get the light speed dash, so you can cut that thing there. But if you time a spin dash properly, you can get it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that doesn't even seem that hard.
It's not, but like with how the game trains you to play it, you might not have thought about it. Especially like if you go to the Dark Story first, and this is your first Shadow level.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the worst offender of a series being overtaken by porn. I mean, look at what game we're playing.
I don't know why they use this in Generations 3DS.
I don't mind it being the pick for Gens 3DS, it's just the fucking remix was shit. Like, imagine this through like a lo-fi filter, but without any of the charm of putting songs through a lo-fi filter. It just sounds empty.
I feel like Generations 3DS should have used more handheld levels. Like handheld exclusive ones.
It really should have. It was a missed opportunity to not include some of the more obscure stuff. Like, I know you would be reaching a little bit with some of the like 8-bit games, but those would have been some cool picks to see in like that sort of 3D thing they had going on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure.
What would I have picked for Generations from this game? Probably Final Rush.
Yeah, I think that would have been a good one. I mean, you could argue that it doesn't fit the tone of just being a normal level, but like, neither does Crisis City.
Nah, but again, Crisis City... Actually, come to think of it, surprised they didn't use Kingdom Valley, given that was like the big level from 06 that they used in all the marketing and that.
I think I know Crisis City is more memorable to me because Kingdom Valley is just kind of not that identifiable from like other just, foresty kind of areas, I guess.
What it kind of is that it's not the most interesting level in 06 by a long shot, but it's also a poster child for the direction 06 was going. Of you've got this like more realistic environment for Sonic to run through, and the way you show that off is by having, this ancient looking, like with all the artifacts and that, and the buildings and the plant life all meshed together, as opposed to something that's more stylized, like say White Acropolis or Crisis City.
Yeah, I can see it. I guess probably they wanted to use the Crisis City music, or maybe it led into the Silver boss fight or something like that.
Yeah, Kingdom Valley admittedly wouldn't be that distinct from Green Hill, which they already had, so getting another trope in, although that didn't stop them from putting like 3 fucking city levels in.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, at least they chose good ones.
They chose good ones, but man, we could have done with some more variety there.
It all starts with this.
Yeah, I heard that the handheld Boom games were actually pretty decent.
Yeah, Fire and Ice is a pretty fun game. Shattered Crystal not so much, because it's a bit grindy and a bit backtracky. But Fire and Ice, it's a very short game, so I wouldn't pay full price for it. But for it is, it's a fun little handheld Sonic game.
Is there a reason that neither of those were chosen for this marathon?
I didn't want to play Shattered Crystal, and we did do Fire and Ice in the Sega-thon. And it's probably not one of the ones that people would have been most interested in watching compared to like some of the other games we've got. So I just sort of slipped through the cracks of it.
Oh, I don't even remember that we did it for the Sega-thon.
Yeah, I run that one. That was one that I added at the last minute because I weren't too confident in one of the other games I'd picked.
Okay. Yeah, we did a lot of last-minute things for the Sega-thon. I remember a last-minute choice of just doing a run of Sonic Colors.
Yep, Sonic Colors was the last minute one, so was Generations. Because like originally, I think when we were picking the games list, we were like, okay, we'll have a bit of Sonic, but we won't overkill it because it's meant to be a Sega event rather than just Sonic. And then we ended up with like 5 fucking Sonic games anyway because it's us.
Yeah, I mean, we also, a lot of the stuff that was chosen either didn't work properly because Snake couldn't get like it working through original hardware or emulator or whatever, or like we just weren't comfortable doing the game, and so we went with stuff we were, we knew we'd be able to get done, so it's whatever.
Yeah, I know, like every now and then I've had some people say like, why aren't you doing this game, or I feel like we're missing things by not doing this game. Sometimes we do have to cull things a little bit just to be practical, like if we either don't have someone to run a certain game, or maybe like we like a game but we're not confident enough in our ability with it to like run it on stream without too many hold-ups, little things like that.
Yeah, for sure. Like, especially with Sonic games, sometimes there's just a disconnect between what you want to do and what you can do.
Yeah, well, Sonic are usually some of the less offenders. I did feel a little bit bad about not doing Ristar originally in the Sega-thon that I was going to, because that's a game that I really did want to show off. But I did a couple of practice runs, and I don't know, I feel like I was playing well enough for a casual run, but I was still dying enough that if you were watching me do that, you would have got bored. So I didn't really want to make that a stream.
Yeah, it's another case where that was before we really had the ability to edit stuff really well with the audio tracks and stuff, so even the YouTube version would have ended up not being that enjoyable probably, so maybe things would be different now if we tried stuff like that again.
Possibly. I was editing the worst offenders back then. It's just, it was much sloppier edits. There are some runs that I do kind of want to redoing maybe a different format at some point. Like I would like to maybe revisit Rhythm Thief at some point because I think my run of that was shit. But that's another thing at its own time.
Yeah, I mean, as we keep going, I mean, we're basically doing a second Sonic-a-thon. right now.
Yeah.
So it's not like redoing other ones is completely off the table either.
Oh, if we redo Rhythm Thief, it's going to be a post-com thing. I'm not doing that live again. No, that run weren't good enough. Where the red flame is. Okay, we're in here. Now, if you could hurry up and fuck off, that would be nice.
Also, shout out to us doing Sonic Colors for like the 6 billionth time.
Same with Generations.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we've done Colors way more.
Maybe. At least this is a different version of Colors that we're doing, like the remaster.
I guess. It's not going to end up looking that much different, I'm going to be honest.
No, it's going to look much worse.
I mean, you're right. I mean, visually, it's probably going to look a little better, just like in the actual visual quality, resolution and stuff, but the gameplay is a little bit worse for several reasons.
I'm not a fan of some of the artistic decisions they made in the remaster. I feel like I know why they're doing it, and that's because the original version was playing off the lower resolution, and so they were using brighter colours to kind of make things stand out more than anything. But I feel like the more darker tones in the remaster just don't really complement the game that well.
I can't really comment on that because I didn't really notice anything that was that egregious. In terms of that, I never got to use the new Wisp in the practice run that I did. I just kind of never ran into it.
Oh, don't.
In any of the paths that I took.
Don't bother.
So
it does nothing except for randomly kill you. The game was not redesigned to account for the fact you can phase through platforms. And yeah, that kind of leads to the problems you'd expect from that.
Yeah. If I were going to recommend a version of Sonic Colors for someone to play, I would just say the Wii version, especially if you can run it on an emulator to make it look better.
Yeah. Somewhere around here. Is it in the floor? Oh yeah, they did say something about Chow, didn't they? So it might be here. There we go. I remember things. Is the bloom still cranked to 11? I don't know if they fixed that. The bloom wasn't really the problem. It actually complemented some of the parts. It's more just the colour direction. Ironically, I know.
Looks like we just got a donation in.
Oh, cool.
Yep, we got $5 from Nat. Thank you. No comment.
Thank you very much.
Nat, do you want to be entered into the Sonic Origins raffle?
It's a space transporter.
Origins or the fan remakes of 1 to 3 in CD? I feel like the Origins versions of 1, 2 and CD are solid. Like, you know, there's a few teething issues. As for 3 and K, I feel like it comes down to whether the change of music is that egregious to you or not. Although saying that, I haven't played Angel Island Revisited, but I've seen some of the changes you can make to your experience with that, which are neat. Same with Sonic 3 Complete. So it only depends whether it appeals to you or not. You know, like, I personally am okay with Origins from what I've seen of it. Again, because I've been so busy with all the stuff on screen for the marathon and behind the scenes for the marathon, I haven't actually had a chance to play it for myself yet.
Yeah, for sure.
This is another level that kind of got ruined in the re-releases by losing some of the subtlety in the lighting. Because what's really going on is that when you kill an enemy in a room, it makes the room a little bit lighter, so it makes it easier to see what's happening. I think that's still kind of a thing in the Battle and HD versions, but it's much less distinct.
They probably lightened it just to make the game a little bit easier for people that, you know, might have some kind of disability or blindness.
That's true.
Which is pretty understandable, but maybe they should have made that an option. I don't know.
Yeah, like, I can understand things like that. I just wish that accessibility options were options rather than you know, being forced on you. Like, and you get this. The biggest offender with this that I can recall is the Wii U Virtual Console.
Yeah, I mean, that's just kind of bad in general.
Well, what it was is that there are certain games that are for sale there which have flashing lights that are just genuinely unsafe. That is a problem, and they kind of needed to do something about it. But compared to, like, say, the Switch re-releases where they made custom LUA patches for each of the games that it affected, they just put this black filter over everything. Like, not even just the sections of the game where it's a problem, but over the entire game, every game looks a lot darker than it's supposed to, and it's just like a half-assed way of covering a problem that would have only affected a small handful of people who they could have easily just said, like, you know, hey, if you have this problem, you can turn this option on.
Yeah, for sure. Completely unrelated, I want to point out that there's a deer about 10 feet outside my window right now.
Oh, cute. How big is it? Is it a baby one or an adult one?
It's kind of a grown-up fawn.
Ah, okay, cool.
It's not quite an adult, but not quite a baby either.
Alright. Oh yeah, I have to hover now so I can do cool shit. While you were away, I was playing the Sand Ocean level, which as Eggman is one that I usually just blitz through in a couple of minutes by hovering over everything, but I had to play it legitimately for the first time in forever.
Because you didn't have the hover?
Yeah. Is the deal 1 Sunday dinner or 10 Sunday dinners?
Jesus Christ.
What I'm saying, is it worth mysteriously rediscovering as roadkill later on tonight?
You're all terrible.
Yeah. Is there a Dear Sonic character? I don't think so in the official media, like the main media. There might be in the comics, but I don't know.
Flame prefers the original Dreamcast version, so that's why we're doing this.
Yep, it's the one that I've wanted to show off the Dreamcast version on the channel for years, and it's only recently I managed to get a good setup to do that. Now, that is one of the things that, I don't know if I'd necessarily say it's a regret, but one thing I wish at the time when we did the SA2 LP, I wish I had the means to record this version of it for us. Because the HD version, it's a little bit jank.
I'm just going to mute for a second because I need to put some my drops in.
Okay, fair enough.
That wasn't so difficult.
Wasn't so difficult, but I only got a C. Yeah, it is the Dreamcast one. We trade off widescreen, which is kind of a shame, but we get a just generally more aesthetically pleasing experience in exchange. There are dear characters in the comics? Cool.
Now, I will show the glorious achievement of what the world's leading scientist, Professor Gerald, has created. The Ark was the first space colony created by mankind. Not many people know that.
Man, David Humphries was amazing as Shadow.
Where weapons of mass destruction were being.
Does he also voice Shadow in Heroes?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure so, at least.
Codenamed the Eclipse.
Yeah, I think they kept most of the voices for Heroes.
Yeah, I think it was only Tails, I want to say, who got flat out replaced, but that's because they cast children and the children grew up.
For some time now.
But yeah, I do also quite like Jason Griffith of Shadow. I just think they kind of bring different traits to the character. I'm not a fan of the meta era Shadow, no. Like, it's not his fault really, I just think he has been miscast. I don't think his voice in itself is right for the role, it's not really his performance.
I mean, he's barely been used either.
It's true, but like, you know, like even in Free Riders where there was a story and there were quite a lot of lines for Shadow, it's not really right.
Yeah, okay.
It doesn't help that they write Shadow like shit these days either though.
Sounds like a plan.
Now I'm remembering that Shadow was just kind of thrown into Boom
Yeah.
for no reason.
Boom Shadow missed the point of Shadow so much. Like, Boom Shadow is what people meme on Shadow as being. You know, like, he's the typical edgy character.
Mm-hmm.
Shadow's nuanced. And, like, yes, I know that the main canon also downplays a lot like the alien stuff these days, but at least there's something there. There's, like, a bit of adversary, but also more an anti-hero role rather than just being, I'm a dick, I hate friendship. Because that's basically, particularly in Rise of Lyric, that's literally all he was there for.
Yeah, he served no purpose in that game. Granted, nothing in that game served any purpose, really.
The writing in that, and again, I know shit was thrown together last minute because their original plans got scrapped, but man, the story in itself, you could tell that stuff's been cut up and moved around.
Mm-hmm.
Having to come back isn't my idea of a vacation.
I love it whenever they do that shot of the ocean because it looks okay in this version of the game, but because the HD version is such a high resolution, you can see the sea tiling. Where
oh no.
Where it just cuts off and then you see the next tile of seawater next to it. Which is especially strange when you consider how good the water looked in SA1.
To sneak in the base without being detected. Then Shadow will enter the armory where he will set.
Yeah, Boom was its own continuity, so like maybe comparing how the characters handled there to the main games is a bit of a moot point, but also it's just, you know, if you're gonna bring in Shadow as a character, but you miss the point of what people like about Shadow as a character, it just... I'm not really a fan of it.
Well, I mean, they changed the visual design for Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, and Amy, but I don't think they changed Shadow at all, so you look at him and he looks the same, and you're like, oh, he must be the same character, and then he's like, the edginess turned up to 11 and nothing else.
I don't know, like, they did adapt him to the Boom art style. Like, he's got the lankier proportions, he's got, like, his body looks a lot more rubbery, like the Boom characters do, and whatnot.
Well, yeah, he fits the art style, he just doesn't have much different in terms of, like, having the wrappings or whatever that the rest of the characters do.
Yeah, like, admittedly, Metal Sonic was the bigger offender for that, because it's kind of weird how, like, they went out of their way to do something with every other character in the game, but then you see Metal Sonic and it's literally just Metal Sonic. Like,
yeah.
no changes whatsoever, it's just the Metal Sonic you know. This is probably the coolest Eggman level, if only because of all the shit you get to blow up here.
Oh yeah, as long as you don't get knocked out of the air like that.
Yeah, you do have to be a little bit careful, but you know.
So is this kind of similar to Heroes in that the dark story is a bit more difficult?
Not really, nah. It's just on, like, the other side of the story, really.
Okay.
What you will notice with the dark story, though, is that given 2 of the 3 characters that you play as here are filler, it shows.
Yeah, I think, as someone was pointing out, that, you know, whichever story you do first when you go to do the second one, those characters will have the upgrades you get, and so they can be tougher to fight. I think someone was saying that.
I don't know if that's entirely true.
Yeah.
I think part of why I was having more trouble with that Eggman fight last time was because I didn't have Tails' upgrades that I normally have. Let's see if I can get these. I don't need the extra life or the 20 rings, but I got them.
Yeah, you sure did. Plenty of room to spare.
Yep. Okay, maybe I did need the extra life.
Oh, okay. Yep, just twatted right out of the ear.
That's why I have my favourites as dead ones. Do you mean like characters that have been written out and then brought back, or because like that is something that happens in the Sonic series. But you know, like some characters, if they've wrapped up their story arc, it probably is better just to write them out.
Yeah, that's true sometimes. I would argue there's some cases where a character can still be interesting even if they've already had like their character arc wrapped up, if they can still play off the other ones and help advance the other character arcs. But if they're just there to be cool, then it's not really doing much.
Okay, I'm gonna have to spoil this game from 2001, but bringing Shadow back, I have mixed feelings on, in the fact that I'm glad he's back, and some of the games do cool things with him. Like, despite all the things that you can say about Shadow as a game, I think the way he's handled there is interesting at the very least. And 06, I disagree with the role he was given, but at least his levels in that and what he was doing are cool. Like, his dynamic with Region Omega is fantastic in that game. It's modern Shadow that they're clearly just holding on to him because people like Shadow, because he's like Sonic but cooler.
Well, let's hope that there's a revival in the proper characterization of Shadow with some of the new Sonic media that's coming in the next few years.
I have basically no hope for Prime because the first reveal, like the first just like here's a second of Sonic doing thing, the first like other character reveal we really had was big, and that kind of tells me about the direction they're taking, that they're going down the epic meme route that I'm kind of fucking sick of. So I'm like, if they're gonna do Shadow, I have little. Actually, yeah, they did confirm Shadow in that, didn't they? So yeah, I'm not sure how they're gonna handle him there, but I don't have much hope. As for the main games, I know Ian Flynn's writing Frontiers. I'm not sure if he's gonna be in. Yeah, I know people have said a character has leaked, but I'm not sure who. But I have a bit more faith in Ian Flynn as a writer. I'm not too sure about the mandates that Sega have, because it seems like they have a much tighter brand identity that they want from Sonic these days, and Shadow's backstory is a lot more complex than any of what they do with that.
So, in Hero Story, did you pick up a health upgrade for Tails?
No.
Okay, because he has a lot more health here than Eggman did during this boss fight in Hero Story.
Maybe it is just harder and I've never noticed. Holy shit, I died to fucking...
I think you killed him at the same time.
Yeah. Admittedly, I was spamming more than anything, but yeah, that's the first time I've done that in a while. Like, in case it isn't obvious, I don't have a strategy for this, I just mash the bar.
Yeah, that's kind of what you're meant to do, I think. That one went much better.
Like, the intended strategy, what you meant to do, is that punching him is more reliable than shooting from a distance. But that means that you're also in range for him to punch you.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have confirmation of mandates, but the drastic changing writing that's been consistent across various forms of media suggests there are some. So I would imagine if there are, then that's probably under NDA, but, you know, if you read between the lines, it seems like the writers are being rankled a little bit more than they used to be.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Protect Blue, okay. That helps.
Do you know where that is at all?
It's foggy here.
Alright.
I don't think this fog was here in the HD version.
No, it's not. It's definitely not here in the PC one.
Like, I know, like, in terms of visibility and that, it probably is removed for a reason, but it does still look cool. Dark room, I don't know if this... Oh, okay, maybe it is up here. Camera, please. Okay. It's probably one of these enemies, actually, because they are protecting the blue switch. I know what I'm doing, I swear.
It's gotta be close.
Oh, right, you have a time limit for this.
Yeah. 5 minutes will be plenty.
Only 2 more.
Rings, please. Okay, let's go down and find out where it wants me to be first. Air conditioner of security hall, okay. It might be in that guy. There is.
Only 1 more left.
Nice.
Invisible rings mark the spot. That doesn't really help me much. I want to get him out of the way more than anything.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
I wonder if it's in one of these.
I think it's probably going to be in one of those spots, yeah.
Okay, let's go and activate yellow. Look for the invisible things, yeah, that helps. I think yellow's in the middle one here. Let's see. Yeah, it is. Okay, I got this.
What in the world are you doing? You took longer than you were supposed to.
I can't.
There it is.
Nice.
Got it. How is that? Perfect? Like me?
Judging by the stories that have come out of Sega's management lately, I think it's pretty safe to assume that Sega's to blame for just about anything, at least in some form, of management choices of the franchise.
You don't have to be more specific than that, Spa. If something's fucked up in Sonic, it's probably just Sega being Sega.
Yeah.
This is one of the easiest bosses in the game, but it's also one of the most frustrating bosses to watch a new player play.
Because they won't think of climbing up like this?
Yep. Although, I did the thing again where I said the thing's easy and then fucked it up.
Hey, but at least you didn't get hit.
Yeah. I have confidence I can fuck it up better than this. This is fate taking the piss out of me now.
Dog headquarters. We're taking heavy damage. Close the security hole. It's just not possible. This flying dog can't be destroyed.
He says as it's being destroyed.
Yeah, there are a lot of red lights. I wouldn't say they're flashing, so I don't know how problematic they might be for someone that suffers from epilepsy or anything like that.
It's hard to say because different people have sensitivity to different colours and different stimulants. No, again, it's the reason why I'm glad that the capture on stream is cropped a little bit so it shows up on a smaller window, which should hopefully nullify a lot of those problems for people.
We have a $100 donation from Mumph.
Oh, thank you very much, Mumph.
He says, "Get a load of this."
Get a load
My
of
name
this.
comes from randomly entering characters into the Sonic Adventure 2 battle Chow naming screen without looking at the screen.
Nice.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mumph, for the donation. If you're still here in the chat, feel free to let me know if you want to be entered in any of the raffles that we have going on. I'm sure you already own most of the Sonic games that we're probably giving away, but if you want to be added into the raffle for Sonic Origins, be sure and let me know about that.
Yep, Mumph did actually play Sonic Adventure 2 during the last Sonic-a-thon for us, and he did a run of the HD version for that, which I think is, that is up on the channel if you want to go check that out sometime. Actually, you might want to go check it out on his website, HBOR, because it will be high quality there.
Yeah, because it's not YouTube.
It's not YouTube, and it's also the high quality recording, whereas we were just grabbing streams off Twitch back then. And now, because I did that trick earlier, I can take this extra route, which makes functionally no difference whatsoever. Actually, no, it wasn't that one I got earlier. I just got the box, not the light dash. Never mind.
Right, yeah. Is the light speed dash for Shadow something else you can grab?
It's in this level, later on.
Oh, okay.
No, I saw the iron crate and thought, maybe I can do something, but no, I can't. It's not like there's anything interesting up there anyway, but, you know.
Alright, Mumph let me know that he's glad to leave the raffle to other people.
Ah, fair enough, mate.
Thank you very much for your donation, Mumph.
Yeah, see, it's during this part in Sonic's story that I missed. You can go back if you jump there, back there as Sonic, and that's where the light speed attack power-up is.
Oh, okay. Well, it seemed like you didn't really need it that bad anyway.
This is a really cool song, one of the Everett Bradley songs that got brought back in Forces. I think I prefer the Forces remix a little bit, but they're both good versions of the song. There we go, there's the air shoes.
I think Flame was saying that any of the power-ups that are basically right in the main path end up being required, but if you have to like backtrack or go out of your way for them, or if they're locked behind other power-ups sometimes, then they would be optional.
Yeah, if power-up's gonna be mandatory later, the game will point you toward it, so you haven't got to worry about missing stuff. Again, the extra power-ups are more for like alternate routes or finding a lost chow, or they're just pointless.
Here we go.
Alright, it looks like Tom is going to take over for me whenever you get to last story, because this is cutting into my dinner time.
Oh, fair enough, mate.
But I can definitely stay on to the end of Dark Story.
Good stuff, mate. I think we're about halfway through now, so not long left.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what people are talking about Shadow in the IDW series, admittedly I'm about a year behind, so they might have done some more cool stuff since then. But the way I saw him handled in like the whole zombie robot arc they had going on, it seemed like they were holding back with how they were writing it. Which again, that's another thing that makes me think there's a mandate.
I think you're the fake hedgehog around here.
Because the thing is, when Ian Flynn wants to go mad with lore, he does. And he's done that with both Sonic and Mega Man in the past. But, you know, if he's holding back, then there's probably a reason he's holding back.
Yeah, for real. Welcome back, Nat. Hope you enjoy your pizza. Well, that boss fight was fast.
It sure happened, alright. And I should probably clean my glasses.
I think it's fine for Shadow to be an antagonist. They just have to make him an interesting one.
I prefer the kind of characterization he has, like in what people call the Dark Era Sonic, you know, like where he's sort of an anti-hero who's occasionally allied with Sonic. That to me is a lot more interesting than just he's evil Sonic, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I feel like they haven't always done that right. Like, in terms of the framing, sometimes it doesn't make sense how they use his character, but you know, like 06 is the main one I'm talking about when I get to that, because making Shadow a glowy, making Shadow part of Gun, that goes against everything we know about Shadow as a character. Like, Shadow, as he was in Shadow the Hedgehog, would not have joined Gun, but they had him working with Gun. But as for the actual interactions and how they handled those, Shadow got some of the absolute peak lines in all of fiction in that game.
Isn't there one of the games where the Shadow that's in it is just a clone and not the same Shadow from this game?
No.
Okay.
That's kind of what they were alluding to in Shadow the Hedgehog, but that wasn't canon. And the way you know that's not canon, after they spend the whole game teasing it, is if you hang around on the final boss for about 10 minutes, Eggman comes up with a line, like in one of the voiceovers, saying, "Oh, one of my robots found you after you fell."
Maria.
Okay.
That's how you find out the canon backstory of Shadow.
That's
leading
really
up to that
fucking
game.
stupid. That's really stupid.
I could kind of see maybe not giving a true answer if they were going to truly do a what if kind of thing, and you could pick whichever canon ending, like, through the way you were playing the game. That would make sense. But because there is a last story that's the canon one, to hide it behind that is stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure? We only have
06 was sort of supposed to be a reboot, yeah, but the fact that the characterization was mostly what you'd expect from the characters, changing the story around like that, I thought my Dreamcast froze for a minute there, but the cutscene literally just does freeze. But yeah, like, they didn't change enough for you to think, oh, okay, it's a reboot, so they're just doing it differently. But it's too off for it to be a direct continuation. It's just like an awkward middle ground. Yes, Tom posted the line, thank you.
I've come to make an announcement.
Tom, what you should do is you should go to my long play of Sonic Adventure 2 and post that with the timestamp for where that cutscene comes on. I guarantee you will absolutely be the first person to do that.
I feel like for you at this point, if you actually decided to sit down and watch the Snapcube video, it wouldn't be that funny because you know all the lines anyway.
I know all the lines, and from the stuff that I have seen, like a streamer I watched a little while ago just brought it up on stream because they were doing like a react stream thing and someone suggested it, and the bits of that I saw, it doesn't quite hit my sense of humour. Like, I can see there are moments that are good laugh out loud moments, but a lot of the jokes just didn't really resonate with me.
Yeah, it's like, you know, I've heard a bunch of the lines or seen GIFs or whatever of Monty Python and the Holy Grail for a decade and a half, or like 20 years or something. And when I finally actually sat down to watch it, I was like, I already know all these lines. They're not really funnier with context.
Yeah, it's like, I know the joke, I know what the punchline is, I got nothing.
Yeah. Not that it's not funny and, you know, a great experience anyway, it wasn't really improved by actually finally sitting to watch it rather than just what I already knew of it anyway.
But also, the other thing is, when it comes to the Sonic stuff specifically, teenagers on the internet don't understand how humour works.
Yeah, I mean, I'd argue that the Snapcube stuff is at least funny somewhat. Like you said, there's definitely parts of it, but, you know.
No, I mean, it is funny in itself, but people quoting the lines out of context isn't funny.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Miles Tails per hour was given the Chaos Emerald as a testament of his heroic deed at a ceremony held at City Hall. This makes things a whole lot easier. Hurry.
But that one stream I was talking about, I enjoyed that a lot. That was a streamer, Uniluna, she's a VTuber, and I was mostly responsible for being the one who derailed that entire stream into a digging deep into Ken Pender's lore kind of stream.
Oh no.
And it is so much fun exposing new people to, like, everything about that man. Because like we even went into like his tweets, the fun tweets he's made over the years that are great. Like the ones that stick with me are the ones of him talking about how like people brought up me quoting this one thing in a comic, but they didn't bring up when I quoted Mein Kampf in Knuckles. It's like, dude, what the fuck?
I'm picking up the signal from the emerald. Fox boy.
Yeah, this is filler as shit right here.
Yeah, this whole arc that we have going on of chasing the tornado is filler.
Also, Rouge's car is a penis.
Thank you. You know that joke's unfunny because we stole it from Tom. Oh, the thing with Jeffrey was incredible. Spar, did you see that?
No, I don't know what that is.
Ken Penders said the one story that he wasn't able to tell while he was writing for Sonic was Jeffrey St. John taking Princess Sally's virginity. It's like, okay, why was that a plot element you were considering to start with? But then people started digging into the ages of the characters and that, and Sally is 16, which, you know, is different in different places of the world, but his justification for that is, it's okay, she's 32 in squirrel years.
So, Sonic Adventure 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I've heard enough about Ken Penders for an entire lifetime now.
Okay, I'll bring up the rest of them later when you're not expecting them.
Jesus.
It is a rabbit hole because it's one of the things that everyone like who I see talking about Ken Penders talks about the surface level stuff of the lawsuits and that, but he is such a fascinating individual in his own right. And like sometimes when he's saying stuff that sounds outlandish, he's not even wrong, but he's so bad at phrasing things that it sounds like he's saying something really awful when he doesn't mean to.
Oh no. Discourse is a lot tougher than Tails one, isn't it?
Yeah, there's more holes, and also I'm more tired this time around, so I'm crashing into more shit.
Well, it feels like there's just a lot more sharp 90-degree angle turns.
Yeah, there's that too. And remember, one of the extra missions that you can have, well, two of the extra missions you can have for these two race levels, there's one to not hit other cars, and there's one to not hit the walls. And as you can see from how I'm playing right now, that's not my forte.
Yeah, is there a brake button? Because you would definitely need to use that to not hit the walls.
Good question. I'm not going to try. There are also hard modes which I think take away more bits of the wall.
Oh, okay. But why?
There's also a kart racing multiplayer mode as well that you can unlock, which is, I mean, it's a cool little bonus thing, but I don't think anyone's going to play it more than once.
I found it, Fox boy.
Yeah, Jeffrey St. John was an obvious Ken Penders self-insert. Yeah, Sonic games are hold forward games, we don't need brakes. If you hold down X, you win. That's what Modern Sonic is, right?
Did we get another donation in? Yeah, we sure did.
Okay.
We got $2 from Nat, who says, emotional damage! It's a joke from a stream that she and I watch. I don't know what specifically it's referencing, but I know she's referencing that stream.
I've seen that around a little bit.
I'm in pursuit.
I was trying to be cool, but As with all of my other attempts to be cool this stream, it didn't work out.
You've done a couple things.
Okay, I'm gonna get the optional power-up from this level if the camera wants to play ball with me. This one's one that you just have to sort of know is there.
Yeah.
So this is Shadow's light speed attack. Thank you, Shadow.
Yep, it sure is.
Thank you, Shadow. I love how he just gave up on which one he was doing. I didn't press any buttons to do that. He just decided, okay, let's try the other one.
So can you stop this at some point?
I can, but I want to see how long it takes him.
I'm surprised it just kind of keeps going this long.
Okay, bored now. I am kind of glad that it didn't automatically lock onto the electric one, which I think it can do sometimes. Go home, Shadow, you're drunk.
I don't like his homing attack noise.
Ha, 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 ha. You don't like that?
Yeah.
Ha, ha, ha. you can get a beat going, get a rhythm going. I'm not going to get that spring because all that does is skip the checkpoint for you.
That just kind of sounds bad.
I mean, it is a little bit faster, and admittedly, once you know what you're doing with the grind rails, you can mostly get through it okay. Because like the grind rails in SA2, they're jank and they're nowhere near as intuitive as they are in later games, but once you learn how they work, it's no biggie. Can I do the jump? Nah, okay. Didn't do it in time. You can do a cool like kick flip into the goal ring if you time it right.
Ah, okay.
Is it controversial to say the Bio-Lizard's the best boss in this game? It is for Shadow's version. The Final Hazard one, like, I'd be inclined to agree. I don't mind the bossing concept. It's just one of them that there's too many parts where Dreamcast Sonic happens. Like, the kind of things you expect from Dreamcast Sonic happens, and you either get clipped by some ink, or, you know, like, your homing attack doesn't lock on properly, that sort of thing.
What should we do?
Here we go, we're still on this fucking Chase the Tornado filler arc, and that is literally what it is. Every single level since this became a factor has contributed nothing to the plot whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of strange because that level that we just did, Skyrail, you can kind of tell by the music as well as early screenshots that that was intended to be a Sonic level, not a Shadow one. So it makes me wonder if there was meant to be a Sonic level that maybe led up to the Egg Golem. Like maybe as a lead into Pyramid Cave or something. And it just got shifted to Shadow for no reason, or that was like the easiest one to move.
Just leave it to me.
This time, as well as the Chaos Emerald, I call on you to destroy these pests. Come out, my servant.
Oh yeah, well, this is where we get the line. Second best Eggman cutscene, I'm inclined to agree. Yep, get ready, it's coming. Sonic's pupils have disappeared.
Now go. Squash that blue hedgehog, Sonic.
Oh yeah! Oh. Okay, so my understanding of how that line ended up like that. So, as far as I know, whoever it was giving the final sign-off on the recording sessions didn't speak English natively, and there was a lot of miscommunication. So, when the actor, Ryan Drummond, saw the line on the script as Terry R, he just assumed it was like onomatopoeia for screaming, so he gave a take that was just a scream. But he was specifically instructed to instead read out Terry R as though it's like a dictionary word. And that's a choice, alright. It's a choice they made. I think I prefer the Sonic version of this boss overall, but you know.
Yeah, I can pretty freely agree with that.
This one's a little bit easier on your first time playing because, you know, there's stuff that you kind of have to get used to for how Sonic controls, like especially if he falls into the pit or whatever. But, yeah. Let's get that health pack. Or knock. That might have changed actually. I swear you normally have control on whether you can shoot when you're on the thing going up in the HD version. Maybe not, but I don't know, I seem to recall it being that way. Eggman being slower doesn't help.
No, not at all.
One more hit before he gets me, yes!
I mean, that's the charm of stuff like this, Evil Nemesis. You love the screams like that, even if they are stupid.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. It's a product of its time.
Green light for launch. Primary engine ignition on. Beginning liftoff countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Shuttle liftoff.
Why is there a rocket in Egypt? It's Eggman Space. It doesn't look like an Eggman rocket, which is weird. Like, it's just a normal rocket with, I think he has his face on it, but that's about it.
For emergencies.
Although we saw the sort of shit you get from Sandopolis in, like, 3K yesterday, so if you want to get out of there quickly, I understand.
What? What do you mean they escaped? That's okay. I will go after
How could they
them
escape? We were
myself.
chasing them for like 3 hours.
Can you tell me the password for the space.
Okay, here's kind of the reveal for what Rouge is actually up to.
Too easy. All right, it's time to get to work.
No guys, that's not your monitor up too bright. There is a lot of glowing here. Rouge is a government agent.
I've heard that name somewhere before. Oh, well.
Which of the particular 3 letters? Actually, no, it is the GUN, which is a 3-letter agency, so it's fitting.
This is it. Research Project Shadow. The ultimate life form.
Oh, you can see a little thumbnail of the bio-lizard there.
Yeah.
In the world is this?
Like, that's the first indication we get of the fact that the bio-lizard's coming. Other than that, he's basically just an arseball.
I guess I'll just have to take the last pieces of the Master Emerald.
She works for the president specifically, that makes sense. I don't think, if you're talking about the bio-lizard being there, I think it is there. It's just during the upscaling process it became so blurred you can hardly make out what's going on. Wrong light, okay. I read that in just enough time. So, this level sucks dick.
Yeah?
That's what you need to know about Mad Space. I think this is where the power-up is. Okay, no, it's not. It's the other planet. Okay. Yeah, it's this one down here, I see.
Oh, and the emerald is also here. So what does that power up to?
That's the one for Rouge to break crates.
Ah, okay.
Did you see the emerald on screen or just the blinking?
Just the blinking thing showing that it's around here.
Alright, so it's somewhere over this way then. Let's get the fucking in. A flat place, so one of the platforms I imagine. Oh no, it's lying, isn't it? So it'll be a round place, I get it. Yeah, that's the thing you have to remember with this level's hints. It's the ones that are written in plain English, opposite day clues.
Yeah, okay.
And the ones that are just written backwards are the ones that you want to take at face value. It's not near the lonely blue light on the round light. So that means it's near a lonely blue light. I think that's what he said. Flat place, so curved place. Lonely blue light on the round light. So that might be this. If I am being dumb, please let me know, guys. Oh, there it is.
Alright, now how do you get off this little planet?
That's the trick, you don't.
Oh, okay.
The gravity in this is very hit and miss. Sometimes it will let you detach from a platform, sometimes it won't. Watchman of the yellow balcony, so that's probably a different colour balcony.
So according to Esper's eyes, the hints in order, the first one is always written backwards. The second hint will always be a flat-out lie that means the opposite of what it actually says.
Mm-hmm.
And the third hint is the same thing, but it'll use the word not somewhere in the hint. So you gotta, like, reverse, think about it, I guess.
That's how you get off of that planet, by the way. You have to just walk off, because jumping off doesn't work. A low place, that means it's a higher place.
What was the first hint?
Watchman of the yellow balcony.
Okay.
So, that might have broke the pattern.
Yeah, seems like it. Maybe it's just those are the three hints, or three types of hints.
Yeah, it's a mix and match, but, It's so fucking easy to lose your bearings on this level.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so this will be where we go up properly, I get it. It's not Guns Machine on a platform with a yellow light, something something. It's not Guns Machine on a platform with a yellow light by a blue tower. Written gameplay, yeah, I know. See, that fits the description, but it weren't. Okay, it might be up here.
It's gotta be close.
There we go.
That was so far out of the way.
The storage container, the machine that protects.
Why was the word that not reversed?
Good question.
Alternatively, you can just die and you'll get a different one.
Falling off of this planet is easier said than done, Spa. When Rouge did that complete full circle loop there, I was just holding up. That's a good summary of how this level's gravity works. Sounds like the coward's way out, but guess what? I'm a little bitch. Let's do it. I think I can run off the bottom of this planet. Whee, let's do it quicker.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure this gives you a different emerald.
Yeah, okay, let's see. Yellow light balcony, so probably a different colour balcony. I'm just being stupid now. Fuck with me head enough that this is happening. Also, my voice is going a little bit. Lowest place, so let's go high.
That would be the highest place, because it's the reverse of that.
And one more hint. You can't see using a rocket on a platform with a yellow light tower. Yellow light tower, huh? Oh, okay, maybe this. Yeah, that's the one.
Alrighty. Well, it's probably a lot faster than the other one would have been.
Hope you guys enjoyed that crossfade.
I'm ashamed to call myself a hunter.
Same.
I'm pretty sure that particular emerald, that last one that you got, is one of the worst ones to get in the speedrun.
I would imagine so, because you kind of got to go out your way for it.
It's so far out of the way.
Treasure hunter. Did you find my emerald?
That's a good one. Your emerald. Talking to you is a waste of time. Hand over those master emeralds. Give them to me.
Not going for all A ranks now, no. That's one of those download a save file kind of deals. Actually, come to think of it, I think for the Green Hill unlock, I think that's just all emblems off the top of my head. Although I can't remember if there is an all A ranks emblem or not.
Now witness my power. Take this!
You were absolutely right earlier, it is easier to see Knuckles. What the fuck? Did you see him there? He kind of got cool clipped over the edge.
So why does Knuckles have an electric attack?
He just does. That's one of his multiplayer attacks as well.
So how much do we have left in Dark Story?
That was level 12 of 14.
Okay, so I'll let Tom know.
Yeah.
Stop fooling around and give me back my emerald.
What are you babbling about? Call yourself a hunter attacking a lady? Shame on you!
What kind of lady goes around stealing gems anyway?
Those belong to me.
What in the world?
Keep your hands to yourself. Don't touch me.
Is that how you say thanks to someone who just saved your life?
Saving my life. Don't think I owe you one. You just wind up
Yeah,
with my
these
hand.
scenes, well, any scene in the game actually is just an absolute joy in the SA2 randomizer just because of all the voice lines that can get mixed around.
When we did the stream of the SA2 randomizer, that has been the hardest I've ever laughed during any video I've ever been part of. It is just perfect.
I literally cannot watch them. I have to watch highlights, because if I sit here and watch the whole thing of one of those randomizers, I will laugh so hard that we'll actually start coughing and choking. That's how hard they make me laugh, because that's how funny they are.
We should get going.
I kind of wish, in some way, that there was an option to do a similar thing for like the Kingdom Hearts randomizers, where they could like mix around voice lines and stuff. It wouldn't be as funny, but I think you could still get some funny moments out of it. The other problem, of course, is that you'd also end up adding like 4 or 5 hours to any randomizer playthrough just by sitting through the cutscenes.
Yeah, I feel like also because it's a longer game, if you're following the story, I feel like the novelty might run off, whereas this for like a 4-hour game that goes quicker if you get ideal like character picks for a level or whatever, you know, it's still like it's a short run through enough for it to stay funny.
I will grab a link to the randomizer for you, Bone the Cat. See if I can find that.
What you can do if you want is we have a playlist now of the various randomizer runs we've done on the channel, because as on top of the Sonic randomizer, we also Spar and I, a little while ago, we did a Metroid Prime 2 randomizer, and also we have a handful of KH2 randomizers, both the PS2 and the PC version. So yeah, I know you and Axel have been talking about the different ones that you've seen being worked on and that you're considering streaming after the marathon. So if you're interested in that kind of thing, that's something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, for sure. We did also do a randomizer for Kingdom Hearts 1, but unfortunately due to some technical problems we were not able to end up using the video, so it's just a highlight on Twitch.
Yeah.
Wasn't able to actually go on YouTube, sadly.
Yeah, but it's, like I would say, it's there if you do want to watch it back, and maybe it's one that you two could revisit at some point, just, you know, because it's a randomizer, so it's going to play out differently each time, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure.
I'm not mandating another retake. I know I've made you do 3 already today.
I mean, going through the randomizers is fun, and like you said, they're different every time, so, like, it's whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, on the HellfireComms channel.
Yeah, I've posted a link in the chat to the SA2 randomizer that I think was for Tom's birthday stream last year.
I told a lie earlier actually. Weapons Bed isn't the best Eggman level, this is.
Oh, okay.
The reason I like this so much is the low gravity with Eggman's hover feels so fucking great to play. I kinda wish that Eggman had this jump as standard, because it just soaring through the air like this, and I know it's like a base level thing, but just the way the game feels to play in this level, it's just like the definitive flying around in a mech experience.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think, I don't know whether it's a straight up remix, but there are some similarities to Final Rush. Here's an optional power up that I'm going to get. Protection Armor. This will help us in the boss.
Oh, by the way, guys, the run of Sonic 1 from yesterday's stream has just gone live on the YouTube channel. So if you missed that or just want to check it out again, go ahead and do that as soon as we're done here on stream.
Mm-hmm. No, please don't abandon us for Sonic 1, please. We say just went live. I think it went live like nearly 2 hours ago.
Well, it just got tweeted, or tweeted out and announced in the Discord.
Yeah. I've been uploading these, but I've been letting Tom handle all the scheduling stuff, so they go up whenever he sets them to go up.
Right, yeah.
They're probably gonna be one a day, like alternating with the Kirby and Kingdom Hearts videos, just because given I'm editing all these properly now, they do take a lot longer to turn around, and for certain runs like Sonic 2 and Sonic 3 and Knuckles that need a lot of work done, that will take a little while.
Also the fact that you're also doing streams of your own for the marathon as well.
And being on hand to sound check everyone and everything.
Yeah. Again, as always, thank you very much for all the work you do, because you do a lot to help make the streams a great time for everyone.
I like keeping myself busy with these marathons. There's just a sort of mindset I have toward this, that what I've done and what I usually do on the weeks leading up is I just go full on like Sigma crunch energy on my own channel like the week or so beforehand. Make sure I've got stuff scheduled for that for like the entirety of the marathon, so I literally do not have to think about anything that's not the marathon throughout the entirety of it. So that's why I'm able to afford time to do all this when I know other people in the group have actual lives.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have anything going on as far as all that. I just have like my mom to take care of and whatnot.
Spy, you are literally a full-time carer on top of helping us. You ultimately do the most.
Well, I appreciate that you think that way.
real talk though, I'm sure your mum really does appreciate you helping her out. So you know, I've got all the patience in the world when you need to step away for her and whatnot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and shout out to my dad for like doing extra work whenever I need to be here for the marathon and stuff.
Ah, good on him.
Because he works way too much. Let's be completely honest here.
Yeah. I know people are making the comparisons to Final Rush here for this music. I know Jin Snowy has mentioned that one of his inspirations for this particular song was Duran Duran, and I can kinda hear it, like in the electronic synth, like keyboard pop sort of instrumentation. I'll try that jump again. Yeah, there was a remix of Final Rush in Shadow as well. I think that was the mission where you're racing Sonic. But because the mission structure in that game is kinda fucked, if you want to get one of the missions, you have to just stand still and wait for Sonic to win so you don't accidentally qualify for that.
Okay.
Which, yeah. I like what they were going for the missions in Shadow, but some of them maybe could have been executed a little bit better.
Shadow seems like it could be a very fun game, if not for the fact that you have to play the game.
Shadow needed a sequel that fixed everything up. Because there's a lot of things about Shadow that I like a lot and I would really like to see come back. But it won't because, you know, it's the edgy meme game. No one's gonna give no one's gonna give meaningful critique of Shadow the Hedgehog. They're just gonna go, haha, it's edgy and he has a gun. Isn't that so wacky, guys? Yeah, I'm salty. Don't know if it shows.
I am hitting that part of the night where I am yawning a lot.
I feel like I've been on the border of that since probably about Green Forest.
Oh, okay.
I like a lot of the lines from Shadow, the ones that everyone makes fun of. I like those. There's a certain energy to that. Like, maybe not the ones that are flat out grammatically incorrect that got left in somehow, but the wackier ones I like.
Darn, why do they always leave a sweet little innocent girl like me alone?
Well, well, young
Thank you
lady,
for explaining what your
is there
character
something I
trope
can
is.
Help you with?
Dr. Eggman!
If you value your life, you will tell me where Sonic and Tails are.
Where is he hiding that gun? It's best not to question.
The answer is yes.
Indeed.
Let's take care of business first, shall we, Sonic? Hand over the Chaos Emerald, slowly, and then we'll talk about your...
Is there anything about this scene that's different from Hero Story?
I'm not skipping it if that's what you're about to ask. It was just the opening line with Amy wasn't there beforehand because Sonic didn't show up until he already had the gun pulled.
But isn't Tails already there?
Yeah, but you see it in the Hero Story from Sonic's perspective.
Aren't we seeing the Dark Story from Shadow's perspective?
Spar, I'm tired.
I mean, you could argue we're seeing Dark Story from Eggman's perspective, actually, since he's the one that actually finds Shadow at the start.
It was originally mostly written as an Eggman thing. It's him, like, the mastermind behind the plan. But it's kind of hard to make that out because, like, a lot of the stuff is, like, the interesting parts of the Dark Story lore are more the stuff that we're going to find out about Gerald later on, more so than actually any of the characters that we're playing as.
Farewell, Sonic the Hedgehog. Farewell, Sonic.
I hate the explosion graphics every time. They look so bad.
They look even worse than the HD versions, stretched, but over the top of sharp aliased footage.
Oh no.
Sonic! Sonic's actually...
And no, that was the fake Emerald, Shadow Reaper.
I won't let him down! I won't give up!
He knows it's fake, that's how he just owned Tails' epic style.
Yep.
Right, I did get the power up this time around, so hopefully this will go a little bit smoother.
What have you done to Sonic? I'll never forgive you for this!
It is nice seeing Tails get some actually badass threatening lines in this part of the story though.
I'm gonna fucking kill you, Eggman.
Not quite. But along those lines.
So why is it whenever they start their ultimate attack you see them out in space rather than here inside this room?
Yes. You have a lot of questions and I have no answers.
Fair. I don't think the game has any answers either. Yes, it's a fake emerald, but Sonic still somehow uses chaos control with it.
There's a lot of questions that could lead to. Yes, I did see the text just spaz out for a minute there, and I'm not sure why.
Legend has it when all 7 Chaos Emeralds are collected, the power creates a miracle. I have 6 of them. They're mine. All mine.
I don't think so.
Shadow.
So that was your plan from the very beginning, huh? Or was it a direct order from the president? Now I know who you are.
Shadow knows.
Government spy Rouge the Bat, aren't you?
Why did they not recognize her beforehand?
Is that it? I would say that's
Could have been another Rouge spot.
I could say the same thing about you.
Okay.
Anyway, but since my job was done, I thought it was time to take what's mine and get
Shadow Reaper says Sonic ordered the Chaos Emerald from AliExpress. You can get one too. Use the code Hellfire for 10% off your order.
Here are the results of the research.
Have it delivered through Hermes and it might show up to you in 1,000 pieces.
This picture is of the real ultimate life form named Shadow. Then exactly who or what is standing in front of me?
Shadow has enough of an existential crisis going on without this shit, Reese. Come on.
For real.
Rouge is just a very common name for bats.
If you want to live, leave the Chaos Emeralds where they are. The fake emerald is good enough for you.
Do you actually believe that you're the real Shadow?
No doubt.
Even your memories might not be real, you know?
Even if my memories are not real, it's still me, Shadow, and I will fulfill
Kingdom
my
Hearts
promise
Chain
to
of
you.
Memories.
It's the only thing that matters to me now.
Yeah, there is a bit of Bayonetta energy to Rouge's themes. Okay, here we go. This is the one level that basically everyone shits on. And there's a particular reason why. A green tubular reason why.
Okay.
I will say, this is another one of the Everett Bradley themes. This is called The Supernatural. It is fucking cool. It's perfectly fitting for Shadow. I'm okay with the fact that they gave him more like Crush 40 music in later games, but I feel like this works for Shadow just as well.
Right. I remember watching people struggle with these things.
Yeah, it's the collision detection's incredibly janky, so sometimes you run up and you either clip off the edge or you won't detach from the edge. I think the wobbly sounds is coming from these things. I like that one section where you can just hold right and it takes you to the ones you need to be on, which means you're actually less likely to die than if you actually play the game.
So does Shadow get a bounce?
No, he doesn't. That's like the one actually notable Sonic power that Shadow doesn't get, and that's why they kind of rearranged the box placements in this level compared to Final Rush, just so he can actually get down there.
Okay. I guess he's too dignified to bounce.
And yes, that happens every time. If you jump up and land on one of them platforms, it will jerk the camera for one single frame. And that happens again. Fuck.
There's the collision detection.
No, I think that was like I got distracted and didn't connect properly. That one's on me.
Oh, okay.
I'll take the blame when I think it actually is my fault. Now, I did see someone in chat saying that this music's good for representing Shadow's mental state at this point in the game. Like, they could have done that with his later appearances, like in Shadow and that, but at the same time, Shadow the Hedgehog's music is fucking fantastic, as it is. Like, there's so many cool atmospheric themes on the soundtrack. The vocal themes are all fantastic. I might as well show this off as we're here. This is the Mystic Melody power-up for Shadow.
Okay.
So you can go up to these shrines, you use the Mystic Melody, and what will happen is either you'll get one of these little teleporter spots, or like it will spawn some platforms, or it'll do something to the level that takes you to another place. This level has two of those, because there's that one just to get you back on track, and there's also one that is for the Lost Chow when you come back for that.
Okay. So where in the level did that take you?
It's the next part that you would go to if you skipped after that.
Okay, so just a little bit further ahead then.
Basically, yeah. I think as well as not having the green cylinder things, I think I prefer Final Rush on the whole as well, because there's a lot more cool skips you can do, which aren't as much of a thing in this version. Although I can do this one that a surprising number of people don't think to do. If you just go on the top of these, then you don't have to fuck around with that section down there, which takes ages. Wait, Glyphic Canyon samples a song from High School of the Dead? I never fucking knew that. What the fuck?
Okie dokie.
Like, was it one of the background themes, or was it like a vocal theme or something? The other way round. Okay.
Oh, it was sampled in a song for High School of the Dead.
Okay, that's cool as well. Fuck. Fuck.
Oh, Jesus.
No.
Alright,
Fuck
gravity's kind of screwing with you there.
Who even needs gravity anyway?
Tom's asking if you're going to take like a bathroom break when you get done with Dark Story.
I'm going to take a break during the credits and probably a little bit afterward because I need a snack as well. I'm starving.
Alright, I'll let him know.
Okay. This isn't going to end well. No, I survived. Cool. Yeah, everything does come back to Sonic in one way or another. Okay, I think that little pulley thing just before where I got bounced out, I think that's the way to the Lost Child mission.
Oh, okay.
Now this section, I think you just have to hold down to not get twatted.
As long as it actually puts you back on the thing.
Now, you ready for the most terrifying jump in the game? I am always so scared to detach there because you can get flung off in the complete opposite direction.
Yeah, I don't know why they don't just let you land back on the floor.
Yeah, but...
Maybe I didn't try hard enough.
Yeah, the cannon's core liquid kinda does look like LCL.
You never cease to surprise me.
Shadow Reaper asks, what do you guys think the chance of Sonic Adventure being the third Sonic movie are given the teaser at the end of the second movie? I think a combination of the stories between Sonic Adventure 1 and 2 is pretty much what they're going to go for.
I have theories. I don't want to say too much about said theories because it's kind of spoilery, but I don't think they're gonna go as in-depth with like Sonic Adventure 2 as maybe I would want them to, just because, you know, they've got to adapt quite a lot into a shorter form experience.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel it'll go in this general direction.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, Shadow. Time for me to finish this. I'll use chaos control.
Yep, there's the line, another one where Sonic in-game interrupts himself. He run into me there. Missed him. That worked. I'll use your chaos control.
Why do they have it as two different voice lines instead of just one put together, or like one normal one?
Fuck knows. It might have been what you were saying earlier on about how maybe they've, you know, maybe if the original Japanese version had two lines and they were trying to rescue some jank programming or something. Oh, he jumped in time then.
Yep.
He's clocked onto my techniques. Oh yes, that one I think is the one you have to jump for. I think you dodge the Chaos Spear by somersaulting and the Sonic Wind by jumping. I thought I had him there for a sec.
Well, yeah, Espersize, that's what's meant to be said, but the your kind of cuts off, so you kind of just get the yeah sound.
I think there's a longer sound file where it says something like, I'll use your power, or something like that.
Oh, okay, yeah, that kind of makes sense. Yeah, it's just cutting off the previous line before it can finish.
There we go.
I failed. I told you, I'm the ultimate.
I don't know if using Gerald clips for the Biolizard would have worked. I think them just flat out reusing Perfect Chaos is one works.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
At the end of the day, he's just a big monster shouting. Like, there's only so many things he can do.
Empire of Eggman.
But yep, ladies and gentlemen, that's it for the Dark Story. I'm going to take a bit of a break while the credits play, and then probably a little bit after the credits, and then Tom and I will be on for the last story while Spar goes and rests and gets his grub. So I'll see you in a few, guys.
Alrighty. I'll be here throughout the credits. Tom will be joining in once Flame gets back and they can get going. So if you've got any last minute questions that you want to ask while the Dark Story credits are rolling, feel free to go ahead and ask them. Also remember that we're going to be giving away a copy of Sonic Adventure 2 on Steam once this run ends. So if you want to be included in that, you can go ahead and put in a donation, and you'll get one entry in the raffle per $1 of your donation. Shadow Reaper asks, if I was in charge of HFC, what is the first change I would make? More focus on streaming, because that's more my forte. Not that I think the channel as a whole needs to do that, but that is what I would do if I were in charge, because that is what I am better at. So that's my answer for that one. Let's see. Play in 1994 asks, which story do you like more? I assume you mean Hero or Dark Story, in which case I would say Hero Story. Dark Story was way too much filler. Way too much, we're just chasing the tornado for no reason. That ends up really not affecting anything. Favorite part of the stream so far? The SA1 run was really good. That was a really good run throughout. Tom did a really great job, and Tanner on the co-com. It was really fun. Otherwise, I would have to say hitting $1,000 on the first day was pretty great. You guys' support has been awesome in years past, and it's continued on this year, so I hope we end up getting a lot more donations throughout the rest of the marathon to help support this great cause. I actually wouldn't know anything about that, Silver Dude, because I don't know that much about these games. Favorite character from this series? Probably just Sonic. Again, not huge on the series, so probably either Sonic or Eggman. Because, like, my experience is more of the modern games. Actually, more of the meta era, like Colors, Unleashed, and Generations. Although I don't know if Unleashed is considered part of the meta games.
The ultimate life form. Chaos control.
Yeah, this is the scene that definitely inspired one of the deep dive cutscenes for Kingdom Hearts. Like the text and everything on screen and how it's like flashing quickly. That's like super like the secret ending of Kingdom Hearts. Alrighty, Tom's going to hop in and take over for me here. Be sure and stick around for the final story for Sonic Adventure 2. I'll catch you guys later.
I have arrived. Hey all, how you doing? Last story will commence shortly.
And here we are, I'm back, and we're gonna wrap up this game today with the last story. And how this goes ultimately depends on whether Cannon's Core wants to be Cannon's Corey or whether BioLizard wants to be BioLizardy.
Yeah, for sure.
So, because this run has been kind of an interesting run so far, in the sense that It started okay, and now I'm tired.
Well, you know, shit happens. Also, I was going for almost 7 hours, so suck it up, bitch.
Yeah, but where you going almost 7 hours at 2 in the morning?
Not really.
Also, we are on take 3, so take that how you will.
Take 3 of what exactly?
Like, as in, we had to restart a couple of times because shit went wrong.
Okay, fair enough. I trust your marvelous editing will sort it out anyway, so no worries, mates. Just in case you guys don't know, we are HellfireComms, and this is the second HFC Sonic-a-thon. We're raising money for Child's Play, so if you want to help us out, the donate button is beneath the stream window, or you can type !donate in the chat. At the end of this particular run, we're going to be raffling off a Steam code for SA2 Battle. So, yeah, stay tuned for that. More donations means more entries in the actual raffle. So, say you donate $25, you get 25 entries. And for every $5 donation, you get a chance to win our grand prize of a Sonic Origins Steam code at the end of this marathon. So, say you donate $20, you get 4 entries into that. It's a pretty good deal, actually.
Just for the Origins run, make sure to let us know in the comment that you want to be entered into that raffle, so we can make sure you're written down on the list. That sounds more threatening than it meant. You're on the list.
Oh, I'm making a list and I'm checking it twice. So how does Spar get on with SA2 then?
Seemed to like it a lot. Like, he sort of agreed with me in the sense that part of the Dark Story feels a bit fillery. Maybe didn't agree with me as much in the whole, despite that this is objectively perfect and no one's allowed to criticise it part, but you know.
Well, few people understand SA2 the way you do, mate.
To be fair, you need a very high IQ to understand Sonic Adventure 2.
Shut up.
Regretting coming on the stream now, Tom.
Who is that?
Hell yes, I want to see fucking Bryan Cranston get put up against a wall and shot to death as Gerald Robotnik.
I think the original uncensored release, leaving that video on a while longer, was a bit fucked up.
Yeah, a little bit.
I knew you were behind all this.
Oh hey, the player. Can you respond to my thing on Discord, please? Because I have your Steam code for SADX since you won that raffle.
Well done for that.
You're pretty persistent.
What is going on with Eggman's ankles?
Still alive.
Just letting Knuckles pilot the shuttle.
Looked completely disjointed when he was walking there.
What is this?
This is my grandfather's diary.
Oh, your cat's doing cat things, is he, Brad?
Happened or what went wrong?
We had a
Was
few
it a
precious
mistake to
interruptions
create
earlier on,
the
which was
ultimate
cute.
Life form? I thought it would be something that would benefit mankind, but then the military guards landed on the colony that day. They were sent to destroy the
We see
research
the writing in a way
project
you
that I
can't
had
read,
been
and then
working on.
underneath in a way you can
My
read.
colleagues at the research facility, my
Very
grandmother,
avant-garde.
Maria, I hope you
It
are
looks
all
better here
safe.
than it does in the fucking HD pool, at least.
The colony was completely
Alright, we have a
shut down.
$50 donation from Nate Orr. Enjoying the Sonic-a-thon, been a big fan of HFC for a long time. Thank you very much, Nate. Let us know if you want to be entered for the Sonic Origins thing, because that will get you free entries.
Thank you very much for your donation.
Among those who died when the Ark was shut down. She meant everything to me, and I couldn't bear the thought that she died because of my research. I lost everything. I had nothing more to live for. I went insane. All I could think about was to avenge her.
I'm just soaking in the atmosphere because this is genuinely well done. For all we shit on and make fun of the whole there's a government conspiracy in Sonic thing, this particular scene, it's good.
Based on my original projections, I was able to complete my project, Shadow. I designed its mind to be perfect, pure. I will leave everything to him.
Psych, he was actually a good guy if you play Shadow.
And awaken it.
If that's how you want to read that particular situation, sure.
You're already entered, you say. Let me check the Sonic Origins thing. Well, yes, you have 4 things here, but since you just donated again, you get another 4. Or 3 even.
Yep.
Oh, he's so fucking poggers with the way he wants to genocide everyone.
That's a line to clip out of context later.
Oh, shush. So I'll go ahead and give Nate another few entries.
Mm-hmm.
But how?
That's it. There is a way to stop the energy. We have to use your emerald. You're the one that told me that.
Oh, is it Tiny Master Emerald time? I think it is.
Ooh.
The Chaos Emerald.
That's my favourite part.
Remember how big that thing used to be?
The reaction of the Chaos Emeralds is moving toward the cannon's core. It may be too late.
There still may be some time left. If we pull together, we might be able
That's 3 entries into Sonic Origins and 15 entries into SA2 Battle. This is my first time doing co-coms for the thing, so I'm just kind of getting to grips with it.
That's fair enough, yeah. Admittedly, like, there's a lot of documents to keep open and cross-reference for this stuff.
Yeah.
No worries. Just leave it to me. I'm the world's
Yeah, it's not that the Master Emerald got smaller, all the characters got bigger.
Let's get to work!
Some of this level's fun.
Yes, that is a very succinct analysis of Cannon's core.
I swear this part of the level isn't quite as purple in the HD version.
Alright, I have passed on the code for SADX to that player, 1994.
Nah, that's fun. Okay.
Excellent.
Yeah, let's try this one again.
I've already discussed this in SA1 earlier, but the dude voicing Tails here is actually the brother of the guy who voiced him in SA1.
Yeah, he is. It's like, because they were hiring child actors back then for Tails, the problem is we're making sequels, is that by then the kids are grown up and they sound completely different.
Yep.
So, like, I think it is neat that they did keep like the same family doing the role, although I think they got someone else entirely for Heroes. And it showed.
Yeah, that was the son of the voice director, I believe.
Ah, okay. The fact it's a nepotism hire shows.
Yeah, for sure.
Is it mean bullying a kid when the kid is now an adult?
No. This may be for the kids, but you know, some kids are worse than... You know, I'm just going to stop right there.
Continue this sentence, Tom. It's not going to work out in your favour.
You did it. Nice loading, jackass.
Because it's on the Dreamcast version, it doesn't have its own loading screen, so you get the excitement of guessing whether the Dreamcast has finally packed in after 20 years or not.
Oh, well, yeah. That's live streaming for you.
Yeah, I did actually make sure I'd prepared a save file for the PC version, just in case the Dreamcast crashed and I had to switch over earlier.
Thank you, Flame. Very cool.
It's like, even the fucking memory card, like, the other save file that's on this memory card that we're not using is dated 2002. So I've kind of had all this equipment for a while.
Jesus Christ, that's almost as old as you.
Yeah, I thought it was going to fall off there, Christ. I think this is an up one. It's got two choices. There we go. Is this really necessary? What function does this serve?
I don't know. Maybe they were just like really into cubes. It could be a training room for all we know.
Well, I mean, come to think of it, Gerald is kind of insane, so that adds up.
Yeah. Hey, Spa. I entered all the stuff from the dude who donated, so don't worry about that. Just have your food, but.
Great, Eggman. There should be a security door somewhere in this
Shot that a bit early. I'm gonna wait till it goes over itself. I probably could make that, but I'm not gonna chance it.
You do whatever you feel is necessary, Flair.
No, the camera, thanks. No, I weren't locked on.
Two down.
I think Rouge next.
Yes.
There we go. I remember this, just gotta go up them in order. Yeah, we have got all the LCL going here. Like, I saw someone compare it to LCL earlier, and now that's literally all I can fucking see.
I require context.
All the liquid stuff, like, looks like the liquid from End of Evangelion.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I'm not letting that chaos save me. There we go.
Press the button, I know you can do it.
I did the thing that everyone does in this level. What the fuck was he there?
Gerald's secret plan.
He might have been taken out in battle, come to think of it, because I definitely don't remember him.
Yeah, that seems like a adaptation thing.
Now, you may be relieved to know that I do have the air necklace.
Thank Christ. It's been so long, I genuinely cannot remember the last time I did this without the air necklace.
Yeah, because the thing is, you can make it. Wouldn't advise it. I think you just gotta hit this and then go up first. Oh, you can hear the Dreamcast, can you? You got that Dreamcast disc ASMR that you want.
Oh, lovely jubbly.
Because like the disc I have replaced, that's not my original one, but I've had this disc in like for quite a while as well.
Ah, bless.
I'm not a fan of this section. Don't know if it's obvious.
I don't think anyone is, to be honest.
It's not even bad in its own right. It's just a gauntlet of things that aren't particularly interesting. Hitbox on these things is weird. Come on.
You must get good, I pray to thee.
Completely lost track of where I was saying because of the camera. There we go. That's all we need.
System alert. System alert. Primary security lock system terminated. Initiate final defense systems.
They pull a single handgun out of the safe. It's this or nothing.
And we get the fun part.
Woo!
Yeah, this is kind of wrapping up the day, given we had SA1 earlier and now we got this throwback.
Well, that's the beauty of the adventure games, they have continuity.
Which in itself carries on directly from 3K, so it's just, during this whole era they were trying to make it, like, not necessarily an ongoing story, but like, they would link back to each other, and I kind of wish there was a bit more of that these days.
Barely made it.
I agree though, yeah.
Admittedly, I feel like nowadays if you were trying to link stuff back, it'd be kind of difficult because so many of the games now have had such radically different tones. Like, it'd be kind of... It'd feel out of place if, like, say, Colours just had a throwback to Shadow or some shit like that, you know?
Really? Oh, have you heard the latest rumour from an infamous leaker about Frontiers?
It's gonna be something fucking stupid, isn't it?
Apparently, a big name YouTuber is doing the theme for Frontiers.
Please.
The ones that come to mind are Nate Wants to Battle.
It's all going according to plan.
That's not the one that was coming to my mind.
Besides,
Don't. I know who came to your mind.
Come on, like, he's done a Big the Cat song. Let him have his game debut.
I will punch you in the dick until there is no more dick.
But they're basically good. If they
No, I haven't watched the start of their Generations playthrough yet, by the way. It went up yesterday.
They always have a reason to be happy. That's why you should help them out. Saving them is a good thing.
I think Nate could do an alright Sonic song.
Yeah.
Like, I'll admit that Nate's what he's good at. I don't think his Sonic covers have been good, but I feel like his style, he could make a song with Sonic energy to it.
Yes, yeah, I agree.
And I feel like that's maybe not the first comparison because, like, what he specialises in, if you listen to his original music, he's got like a pop punk sort of thing. And so to stack him up against Johnny Giuelli, that's not really a fair comparison, you know, it's a completely different style of music.
Not really, and I actually like his covers a fair bit, and I liked his work during the Sonic Symphony. I think another name that was being tossed around was Emmy something.
Emmy Jones, yeah, I know she's been involved with a handful of these Sonic promotional stuff, so I could see her showing up somewhere.
Again, this is just a rumour from that one leaker you've probably heard of before. I'm not giving them a name drop on the stream.
Your approach to these things is completely different to mine.
I know. I'm a professional, sort of.
Yeah, I'm not.
What's that? It looks just like the shrine of the Master Emerald.
Who the fuck is playing those bongos?
They probably designed the core
Good question.
And see, if this was in widescreen, we could see them.
Yeah, there's a reason why even the widescreen port doesn't change all the cutscenes.
All of you ungrateful humans who took everything away from me will feel my loss and despair. All of you ungrateful humans who took everything away from me.
Yeah, they did brute force Chris into this story, didn't they?
They sure did.
That, in fairness, stuff like that was a product of its time. Anything you saw in a kids show at that time had to have like a relatable 10-year-old kid just for like the kids watching to latch on to. It completely fucking ruined the appeal of Sonic, but I know why they did it.
I mean, it's something the movies did better, integrating the human characters, wedding stuff aside for the most part.
Like, even the wedding thing that everyone complained about, I didn't think was that bad. Like, it was kept humorous enough that I didn't really realise that it was distracting me from Sonic.
Yeah, that's fair. I actually just got finished watching Blind Wave's reaction to it, and they were like, are we supposed to care about this during that wedding bit?
See, like, it was... Because it was comedic enough, I didn't mind. I feel if they were trying to do more human drama sort of things, then... it probably would have put me off, but, you know.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, it kept the Sonic mood, is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, for sure. And I think the subject matter for the third film is going to give the humans a little bit more to do anyway. Good job, by the way.
Oh no, we'll try that again.
The Bio-Lizard. He has terrible toxic opinions.
You may be able to
Okay.
coming out of his mouth.
The priest having a taser as well was hilarious. I think that actually got the biggest laugh in the reaction I was watching. Like, there was only a couple of them, and they were mostly titters, but that got them, definitely.
Yeah.
What I will say about Sonic 2, and we'll probably do a movie commentary at some point, is that it has higher highs than the first film, but lower lows as well. It's a sequel in every sense of the word.
Yeah, I think I enjoyed it more on the whole to the first film, and I feel like that's because they were actually able to do interesting things with the Sonic characters this time.
Yes, I agree.
The first film, what it did well, but when you're taking that kind of structure for a film, you know, like we take this funny cartoon animal and put him in the real world, there's a lot of mandates, there's a lot of things that you have to get out the way to kind of merge the two worlds, and you could kind of see everything coming. Like I say, it did that stuff well, but it's the fact that it had to do that stuff in the first place that held it back.
Well, it's like the first movie was more cohesive because it was literally just following a kids' movie template. The second one tries a lot more. It doesn't A+ every one of those things it tries. And, you know, there are still a few concessions, like kid humor, and, you know, sequences for the human characters, because obviously there are big names that are selling the movie where Ben Schwartz can't. But again, those are concessions I put up with because the rest of the package is so good. And even those things I put up with, I still mostly enjoy, so...
And I think the thing that I specifically mentioned to you just after we got done watching it is I really like how they handled Knuckles. They managed to get the right sort of adventurer gullible when, for a kids' film, they could have just made him the dumb one.
Oh yeah.
Okay, one more is going to do the one where they all float in the air now. Oh, come on. Thank you.
Oh my god, I held my breath there, Flame.
Yeah, same.
Get out, you ugly prototype.
Rude. Not necessary.
Not incorrect either.
I mean, true.
He's changed size again.
The servers are.
It's bigger than him now.
Power is
Well, he is the master of the Master Emerald, so.
Yeah. But still. I'm so glad I got the sunglasses for Knuckles.
Yeah.
I really want them to bring back Knuckles' drip from this game one day. Look at him.
Is it gone? Is that what chaos control is?
That was one hell of a translated line.
It sure was.
Since we've stopped the Chaos Emeralds, why is the space colony still on a crash course to Earth?
The prototype is still alive, and he's controlling the space colony as it's falling to Earth. He's become one with the space colony and is determined to keep it on its collision course.
Sonic?
Oh?
Knuckles just wants to be part of this. Someone else say it so I don't have to, please.
Masturbation complete!
Shadow wouldn't use his lefty.
Hell yeah.
I hate that I immediately thought too hard about that joke and realised that actually Shadow is ambidextrous.
God damn it, Flame.
Oh, fuck yeah. This is it. This is fucking video games, this boss.
This is cinema, is what this is. If they can even get close to replicating this on the big screen, I'll be a happy camper.
I have no idea how the art style from the CG in the films would make the Biolizard look, but I am morbidly curious.
Well, it'd just be a big lizard flame.
Yeah, but I mean, like, the texturing, how slimy do you make him, and things like that.
True, true.
I'll collect the rings. Now it's up to you, Sonic.
Shadow, you need rest. Let me give it a try. Yeah, take that, you creep. Shadow, are you okay?
Here I come, you creep!
Do you hear me? Atmosphere entry in about 4 minutes.
Feeling like this, that way.
Oh yeah. We have a donation from Spa. $7.45. Live and learn.
Thank you very much, Spa.
This is working. Sonic, how are you?
The red swelling may be a weak spot. Sonic, aim check.
If they do finally bring Crush 40 into the films properly, it better be for this moment. And don't pull a fucking 4 kids.
Oh.
All these years later and we're still pissed.
Look, okay. You don't desecrate cinema like that.
Not my smoothest run, but I got perfect run in the LP, so I'm allowed a few fuck-ups there.
Good stuff, mate.
So we've got one more cutscene and the credits, and then we'll be drawing the Sonic Adventure 2 raffle, guys. If you want to get any last-minute donations in for the chance to win a copy of Sonic Adventure 2 on Steam.
Now's your chance.
$1 per entry.
No way that's getting through.
Shadow, I beg of you.
Maria.
Give them a chance to be happy.
I should not be watching this in the dark at 2 in the morning.
You should not, but
not
here
on
we
the
are.
full screen. I'm going to just look at the OBS window for the time being, because it's far too bright to look at my TV.
That is what Chaos Control is.
Maria, this is what you wanted, right? This is my promise I made to you.
I don't recall that echo in battle.
It might have been taken out, yeah, it was throwing me off a little bit for a second there. Where did they send it? There's some other planet somewhere that's fucked.
Well, no, they just put it out of Earth's orbit, essentially.
Did it get the Cars treatment?
Yeah. Eventually, the Ark stopped thinking.
God.
Where's Shadow? Do you really think that the professor created him, Shadow, to carry out the revenge on all those who live here on Earth?
He was what he was. A brave and heroic hedgehog who gave his life to save this planet. Shadow the Hedgehog.
I guess you're right.
As a child, I looked up to my grandfather because of all the great things he accomplished in his life. He was my hero, and I wanted to be a great scientist like him. But did he really mean to destroy us?
I don't know, but what I do know is...
We all did it together!
Read the room tales.
So what's next for you, Rouge? Off again to find those jewels you love so much?
Nah, I think I'm gonna give up this line of work. Too much work for too little pay. Anyway, I've got something better than jewels that I'm thinking about right now.
No spa.
It'll all work out. You'll see.
If you say so.
Created the ultimate life form.
What's the matter, Sonic?
Oh, it's nothing. Come on, let's go home. To the planet as cool and blue as me.
The environmental artist from this game did environments in Breath of the Wild. I didn't know that.
Sayonara, Shadow the Hedgehog.
Oh yeah, misspelling Honey P's name does make me laugh.
What was it spelled as?
They just wrote it out as 100p, like numerically.
That's the next level of 50 Cent.
Jesus.
Well, 100p would be £1, so...
that is such a good ending, and I know I'm not the first in saying this, but it does kind of feel like it's got the kind of energy to it where it could have been an ending to a series if it wanted to be.
Yeah, absolutely.
And when you think about the sort of situation where this was one of the later Dreamcast games before it was discontinued, it wouldn't surprise me if it was written that way, just as a sort of, you know, if this falls through, then, you know, at least it went out on a high kind of thing.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it was released after the Dreamcast console itself was discontinued? That would make sense. So yeah, I think this one was the first one to get ported. They ported over Battle onto the GameCube pretty quickly.
Uh-huh.
And then Adventure DX kind of came out a little bit later. What a great fucking game.
Really?
A new day brings new adventure. But for now, rest easy, heroes.
This is cinema.
Oh yeah. Alright, so we have promised something, haven't we, Tom?
We have indeed.
Little raffle draw, so if I try and wrangle this thing somehow to get the random number generator on screen, and then we can draw the thingy.
Well, we didn't have it on screen for the last one, so...
Oh, didn't we? Oh well.
No, I can just go ahead and draw it if you want.
Okay then, well, if you want to go ahead and set up the RNG and tell us who won.
Okay, the biggest number goes into the max column, right?
Yeah, so it's 1, 2, whatever number's the highest.
Okay, min 1, max 764. You all ready?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, here we go. Generating now. That's 63. And that would be... Scrolling back. Scrolling all the way back. Oh god, there's so many numbers. 63 is... Crazy 12 Eric.
Nice one, congratulations, Crazy 12 Eric. We'll be reaching out to you to pass on the code soon. Thank you to everyone who's donated throughout this run and throughout the second HFC Sonic-a-thon in general so far. What do we have coming up tomorrow for everyone?
Let's see. Tomorrow is our racing theme day, so we're going to be kicking things off with Sonic and All-Stars Racing Transform. That's Tanner's run. Then we have Sonic Drift 1 and 2. That's Flame's run. Then we're back to Tanner for Sonic Robocar, and I'll be finishing off the day with Team Sonic Racing. So, a nice light Saturday of streams. And then on Sunday, that's the Storybook Day. So, I'll be doing Secret Rings. Muggins over here will be doing Black Knight.
I got the good one, yeah. But thank you to everyone who's stuck around. I know this has been a long day compared to yesterday. But thank you for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye for now.
See ya.